Our pleasure to be here in Lyon today. I'd like to warmly welcome you to our workshop on bioenergy in a net zero future. So as you are all well aware, we need to turn to net zero emissions globally by 2050. And this means that we need to do an unprecedented change into our energy system. And the role of bioenergy in this is an essential one. So in IEA's Net Zero Emissions by 2050 roadmap, bioenergy needs to rise to 100 exajoule in 2050, which represents 20% of the energy needed in that year. So today we will take a look at the technologies. How can bioenergy contribute? And that is a at least threefold contribution that bioenergy can make here to this change. So one is to substitute for fossil fuels and greenhouse gas emissions. Another is to provide flexibility in a system, especially an electricity system that will be dominated also by other renewables that vary, so wind and solar. And also bioenergy can provide negative emissions since we can capture the carbon and store it. So on behalf of IEA Bioenergy, I'd like to warmly welcome you to this workshop. IEA Bioenergy is one of the IEA's technology collaboration programs. We have 25 countries and regions from across the globe, so we are a truly international network. We have around 200 experts working together with us on advancing the deployment and development of bioenergy technologies and on undertaking system analysis. This is a high-level expert network, meaning it is experts talking to experts, and that is a really valuable thing. So in my role as chair of IEA Bioenergy, I warmly welcome you to this workshop. We are hosting this workshop together with ADEME, and that's why Émilie Machefaux is co-moderating the first session with me. So Émilie is head of the Renewable Heat Department at ADEME, and ADEME is the French agency for the Ecological Transition. And I hand over to you, Émilie.
Hello. Good morning, everyone. So thank you, Dina. And yes, ADEME is the French public agency for ecological transition. So we are under the supervision of the Ministry for Ecological and Energy Transition and the Ministry of Higher Education and Research. So we participate in the construction of national and local policies for ecological transition. Our areas of intervention are climate change, renewable energy, energy management, and also bioeconomy. And our budget to intervene is around 4 billion euros. It allows us to support local authorities and companies in their ecological transition. So ADEME and the French stakeholders have been involved in technological collaboration program, TCP, on renewable energy for many years now. And we are present in 17 TCP, so it's quite a lot. And today we are very happy to welcome you for this workshop, which aims to discuss the role of bioenergy in the transition to a carbon-neutral energy system. So just to give you a few words, at ADEME, at the end of 2020, we published a foresight exercise called Transition 2050. You can find all the documents on our website. And the objective was to debate 4 concrete contrasting paths, sector by sector, to achieve carbon neutrality. And among the main conclusions, the scenarios has confirmed that the essential role of biomass energy in the French energy transition. But it's also confirmed that the biomass consumption would increase sharply to meet all use in the construction sector, in chemistry, and in energy. So there is a challenge for agricultural and forestry sectors to ensure this increase without unbalancing system, meaning that we have to take care about carbon storage, for example. And it confirms also the need to have a systemic vision of the availability of the resource in France and the expected uses of biomass. So biomass is a renewable but limited resource. So for ADEME, the planification will therefore be necessary to meet local and national needs. So speaking in local authorities, I would like to give the floor to Emmanuel Goua, who is the regional director at ADEME in Aura, so Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes.
Merci, bonjour. Thank you very much. So I'm from the regional office of ADEME, which is just across the road. I'm very happy to welcome all of you here today because it's really great to see people and colleagues coming from nearly all over the world to share practices and information on our important subjects. And to thank you all, as I'm the local, I will start by giving you the best local tip you can get. It's called Bernachon, and it's the best chocolate maker of the universe. And it's just down this avenue, somewhere on the left-hand side, going to the River Rhône. I will also give you a couple of examples of issues we have on biomass energy in this region. So this region is called Auvergne-Rhône-Alpes. It is as big as a very wonderful country, Austria, to give you an idea. It's also in France the region where we have the biggest amount of standing wood. And it's also the region where we have the biggest amount of poor air quality zones. Welcome in one of them. Of course, we know that wood energy is only a little part of air pollution, but it plays a significant role anyway. And especially individual use of wood energy, fireplaces, old stoves. And to tackle this, some open fireplaces are banned in some areas here. I'm sure you've heard of Chamonix-Mont-Blanc. Well, in this area, it is forbidden to use an open fireplace. And we at ADEME with local authorities, we give some subsidies to the owners for them to get rid of open fireplaces or old stoves and to replace that with brand new, very efficient stoves, which is very efficient to reduce air pollution. And it is also very efficient to reduce wood consumption for the same amount of heat produced. So it helps us to save the resource. And as Emily said, we need to spare all the wood we can because there won't be enough for all the uses. Final example, the last big wood boiler we have financed here in this region is here in Lyon. It's a 50 megawatt plant for the district heating of the whole city. And it is equipped with thermodynamics condensers, which also reduce wood consumption and also reduce dust and small particles emissions. And this afternoon you are going to visit in Saint-Fond, a plant that produces gas from solid biomass waste. So I'm not surprised Lyon was chosen for this meeting. Thank you again for coming here, and wish you a nice day, and please enjoy your stay in this wonderful city.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. So with this, it is time to go into the first session of this workshop today, which is on the role of bioenergy in energy transition strategies. And we start with the view of the International Energy Agency. It's my pleasure to introduce to you Jeremy Morehouse, who is a biofuels lead in the renewable energy division of IEA. The floor is yours.
To rearrange myself here. Okay. So thank you very much for coming today. Over the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'm going to share the bioenergy, our look at bioenergy's role in our net zero scenario. And then complement that with where we are today with bioenergy to try to identify some of the barriers to getting onto a net zero pathway, and then some of the different options for accelerating expansion of bioenergy globally. Now, the case for moving towards a transition to net zero and getting us on track for a 1.5 degree target has never been stronger. Just in 2022, emissions increased from 1% from pre-pandemic levels. And despite that increase, we still think there's a viable but challenging pathway to net zero. Now, this scenario that's been developed incorporates over 500 different technologies, looks at the supply chains that would be necessary to develop to roll out those technologies consistent with net zero, and the types of policies that would be needed to be implemented to achieve the outcome that you see on the screen. And this is a net zero path, so emissions themselves don't go to zero, but the net emission reductions do, and part of that's because of things like BECCS, which we mentioned in the introduction. Now, some of the high-level messages coming out of this analysis is that we have the tools today to go much faster on this net zero pathway. Most of the emission reductions that would be needed out to 2030 are from commercial technologies. This would require a tripling of renewable capacity, a doubling of energy efficiency improvements, and a 75% reduction in methane emissions. So those are some of the big conclusions coming out of this analysis. Now, we're here today to talk about bioenergy. So from now on, I'll focus on bioenergy's role. So modern bioenergy is the giant of renewable energy today. We're in a group of experts, so I think you already know this. Modern bioenergy provides half of renewable energy supply today and about 6% of total global energy supply. On a net zero pathway out to 2030, this expands to 13% of global energy supply and maintains a large share of renewable energy provision as well. If I were to take this out to 2050, that share grows to 20% of total energy supply. So bioenergy is really one of the pillars along the energy transition globally. Now, something I find interesting when looking at this analysis as well is not only is it a pillar out to 2050, but actually in the near term, it is the largest source of new low-emitting energy supply. It outpaces solar, it outpaces wind, it outpaces other renewables and other low-emitting sources that come online over the next 8 years in this scenario. And so it's a critical role in the near term. And that's in part because it's compatible with a lot of our energy systems today. It can participate in transportation, industrial heat, power provision, and so can be rolled out relatively quickly. Now, looking at where it plays a role, we see that total demand growing to around 100 exajoules out to 2050. There's a lot of information on this graph. I'll draw your attention to 3 big pieces. I think I have a laser on here somewhere. Here. This right here is the traditional use of biomass, and we see that going down to 0 by 2030. For those that aren't familiar with IEA lexicon, the traditional use of biomass is its use in inefficient applications like open pit fires for cooking or heating. So by design in this scenario, the net zero scenario tries to achieve full universal access to modern energy services by 2030. And so we see that decline, and that frees up some of those resources to be used in more efficient applications for heating, cooking, or converted into other supplies like liquid biofuels or biogases. A second area I'll point your attention to is this green area. This is mostly solid biomass. And it has a very important role to play in balancing power provision and also through BECCS to remove additional emissions. Now, its share of the total demand is quite big on the bioenergy side. If we flip this and look at where it's used, it's actually a relatively small but very important part of some of these other sectors. For the power sector, this piece here is providing about 4% of electricity supply around the world. So it's a small component, but incredibly important. The last piece I'll draw your attention to is the liquid biofuels. Now today, almost all of liquid biofuels are used in road transportation. As we move out to 2050, that switches to almost all of it being used in shipping and aviation fuels. So while there's a significant growth where that's being used changes over that forecast period. And we're starting to see some of those changes today. Now, can't talk about bioenergy without commenting on sustainability. As everyone here knows and everyone online, only modern sustainable bioenergy has a role to play in these net zero scenarios. In the modeling for net zero, we set very strict sustainability bounds on the types of biomass supply that can fit the scenario. Two of the land-based bounds are there's no overall increase in cropland dedicated to bioenergy supply, and there's no encroachment on forests beyond what's used today. And things like protected areas are also built in as no-go zones in the model for accessing bioenergy supplies. Oops. If we then look at how this compares to other scenarios that have been used for net zero, it's the most conservative scenario that I'm aware of. And that 100 exajoules is well below, sometimes 1/3 some of the other scenarios out there. So I think this is a fairly conservative and achievable estimate of biomass supply potential in moving to along a net zero scenario. That's the net zero pathway. This is an aim, a desired endpoint. If I look today, are we on this pathway? The answer is no. Not just for bioenergy, that's the case for many technologies. But in bioenergy's case, solid biomass, the use of biogases, the use of liquid biofuels, none of these technologies are on track with a net zero scenario. I'm going to go in a bit more detail on liquid biofuels as the example. So if you look at liquid biofuel demand globally, it's well below this net zero pathway here, which is consistent with some of the other information I've been showing you. The scale of growth and the types of biofuels that are coming online are not growing at a pace consistent with that pathway. Now, for me, there's a number of barriers that we could discuss on this. I'll raise two big ones. Number one is the production of liquid biofuels is really concentrated in a small set of markets. The United States, Brazil, Indonesia, India, and Canada represent 80% of the growth that's happening around the world. So that's one key barrier, this concentration in only a few markets. Getting to net zero will require expansion in those markets as well as other places around the world. And it's not only just the markets, it's also the types of fuels that are being produced. Near 100% of the fuels used in road transport today. And even if I look at this forecast, that is still about 98% by 2027 in this forecast. So you need to see a quicker shift as well to shipping and aviation fuels. A second barrier that's related is feedstock supply. We can't have a conversation about biofuels without talking about where all the material is going to come from to produce these fuels. And we're already starting to see at this level of growth some constraints on some of the fats, oils, and greases that are needed to make biodiesel, renewable diesel, biojet, some of the fuels that are absolutely critical to get to this endpoint. And we're well below the level of expansion that we need. So those are two big barriers that we see. I don't want to end on a negative note. Those are some of the big barriers. We're not on track, but actually, been looking at a lot of detailed liquid biofuels the last 3 years. Some of the trends are actually starting to align with the net zero pathway, just not at the pace and scale that we want, but they're moving in the right direction. So one, on this feedstock discussion, if I look at all the different projects that are being proposed around the world right now, there's a lot of interest in novel feedstocks, new feedstocks that bypass some of these constraints that I mentioned on the last slide. If I add up all of these projects, it's near 20% of new biofuel supply over the next, well, this goes to 2030, so the next seven years. We're also seeing a lot of the policies that governments are putting in place starting to value greenhouse gas reductions as part of the policies, not just volumes, not just energy supply. And that's important because one of the aims with biofuels is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So putting those targets on that part helps to make sure that we're using the most efficient biofuel pathways that deliver the biggest greenhouse gas reduction. That's not to say bioenergy doesn't provide other benefits, but that's one key area. Third area, this expansion of markets, both in geography and different fuel supplies. We're seeing a lot more growth in emerging economies, which is consistent with a net zero pathway. And we're also starting to see policies being put in place on shipping and aviation fuels, which I think is a significant change. When I started doing some of these forecasts 3 years ago, there was almost nothing on shipping and aviation. And now every year I'm increasing by 50% some of the forecasts. The number of projects is doubling. So there's a lot of movement in that area. So overcoming the barriers, I would view these as areas to focus on. There's obviously a lot more detail beyond these 5 bullets on here, but one is identifying these new markets and really doing a detailed assessment, the roadmaps, the feedstock supply potential, the types of technologies to help expand these fuels. Focusing on this feedstock question, I think, is critically important, and there's a number of different levels there. One part of it is accelerating technology deployment. In the scenario, you absolutely need technologies that can convert different feedstocks into biofuels. There's an ongoing discussion on sustainability frameworks, life cycle carbon accounting, and I think that needs to continue as well. And then in support of these conversations, enhancing international collaboration efforts as well, because there's so much that has already been done around the world, and sharing that information and working together on some of these technology pathways is critical to achieving the net zero pathway that I've presented. So I'll leave it at there. Thank you very much for your attention. Do I pass this to you?
Thank you very much for your presentation, Jeremy. Very interesting. Please remain here. We might have a couple of questions from the audience. Please. Let me hand you a microphone. Yeah, Aurelie is doing.
Yeah, I'm a delegate from South Korea. In our country, actually, one of the main resources to make electricity is based on the wood pellet and wood chips.
Right.
However, because Korean people concerned over the air pollution from the solid biomass, so our government is going to reduce the share of the solid biomass to produce electricity. But according to your forecasting, actually, the solid biomass is going to take the main production for making electricity. So could you explain the relationship between air pollution and the solid biomass increases? Yeah.
I mean, one thing just to note, the net zero scenario, this is a global assessment and global totals. And so I'm speaking to that. No individual country will probably match these outcomes. So it's going to be very different for different countries. And then one piece as well on the power side, biomass provides about 4% of that energy supply, in part because there's a limited supply of bioenergy. There's other ways to produce electricity, but it does play this important balancing role in some places. And to your point, it does have other impacts on air quality. The net zero assessment also includes air quality objectives, which influence some of those results as well. You know, at a country level, every country will have a different balance and a different mix of resources. And I don't know South Korea well enough to be able to comment on that, but I think South Korea will face the same challenges as many countries, as increasing variable renewables. There's a portion that can happen fairly easily, but then balancing those supplies as you get to higher percentages requires something else to provide that balancing service. And so I don't know the role that bioenergy may play in that, but it can be batteries, hydro, some of these other technologies as well.
We have another question here.
Axel Funke, Karlsruhe Institute of Technology. The carbon contained in the biofuels is also desperately needed feedstock for industry, specifically chemical industry. How do your scenarios align with that and consider that use?
Right. So we don't have this information pulled out, but I know in some of the modeling, some of the biofuels production pathways like renewable diesel, biojet will have some of these byproducts, ethylene or naphtha, that can be used in the chemical industry. But our scenarios actually still have quite a bit of oil used to produce plastics and some of these other products, but those industries are combined with carbon capture and storage along the entire supply chain, and then also some of these carbon removal technologies. So there is some of these biomolecules making their way into plastics, but there's still fossil molecules as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So we can take a third question.
Good morning. I'm Alberto from IMT Business School here in France. So I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about the sensibility that you have to technological improvement parameters for those technologies that you have in the model. Because I assume that given how these parameters progress and how they can be changed, the results can be very different. And a follow-up, have you validated this technological progression of the model with, I don't know, time series up until 2020?
Sure. So different pieces on there's two one technology component, one kind of agricultural component I'll put in. For each of the technologies, there are cost declines depending on the technology pathway. Some of the more commercial technologies, those cost declines are pretty limited. The commercialist technology aren't that many avenues. But for some of the advanced technologies that are still at early stages of development, there are fairly steep cost decline curves built into the model. I can't speak to each of the individual technologies, but if you follow up, I can share some of that information. On the agricultural side as well, we work with a land use model that incorporates yield improvements for agriculture. And so that will contribute as well, because feedstock price is such an important part of the biofuel cost, especially for these advanced fuels as well. So there's some effort put into that. And that's true of all the technologies in the model, right? So electric vehicles, solar, wind, all of these have some of these cost decline curves that extend over the model period. For calibration, so my work is usually on the 5-year forecast period, so that I feed that information to the modeling team that they then use to calibrate the model for the longer term. So it is using that historical data set to ensure that the parameters they're inputting are matching what we've seen historically, and then forecasting that forward.
Just a follow-up.
Yeah.
When you talk about land use, so are you taking into account? Are you taking into account the productivity in terms of climate change and declining productivity of land in terms of greenhouse gas emissions?
So important question. I got that question later. I went back to the team. I still don't have a response on that. So I'm not sure if that's included in the in that part of the model. So I have to get back on that.
Thank you.
So we have actually 145 online participants, which I would like to also welcome warmly to this workshop. And to acknowledge this, we're also going to take one question from that came up there. So it has a long introduction, and then there comes a question.
Be prepared.
So Annette Coe is saying that your graph showed a large contribution of short rotation woody crops And she doesn't see expansion of cropland or encroachment into forest land. And she asks, is there an impact on food production because this is a commonly perceived risk? Or will it all occur on land that was previously used for first generation biofuels?
So a mixed answer. The aim of this scenario is not to compete with food and feed supply so that this outcome, the aim is to be consistent with that. Where these woody crops are being grown, a lot of that's on marginal land in the model. It has 3 different categories for land types, those that are high productivity for food and feed production, all the way down to poor or marginal lands. And so a lot of these rotation crops there. The reason we're showing this kind of result is that per land area, we get the most energy from these short rotation woody crops. And by 2050, those crops can be used in a range of technologies to produce liquid biofuels, biogases, or used as solid bioenergy. So that's why we're seeing this kind of result in the net zero pathway.
Thanks a lot, Jeremy. So let's thank Jeremy.
So now we will welcome Christophe Casiutis. Christophe serves as the Chief of Staff to the Director General of Energy and Climate at the Ministry of Energy Transition. And he will give you a presentation on the work ongoing on the revision of the French strategy and French climate energy strategy.
Yes, so thank you very much for the introduction. I will present in my talk the challenges of biomass closure of the French climate energy strategy. So it's an ongoing work. We are supposed to publish a draft of the energy part of this strategy before the end of the month. And we are still working on the climate part because, as you will see, we have some difficulties. And one of the difficulties is regarding the use of biomass. So first, a very classical slide on the national low carbon strategy. So we aim carbon neutrality in 2050. It needs, and we also aim a reduction of national greenhouse by 50% in 2030 in accordance to European policy. And to reach this goal, we need to double the rate of reducing that we observe currently. And one of the important part of this graph is to see that even in 2050, there remain some emissions, but these emissions are balanced by storage, and storage is in the French current low carbon strategy is mainly made with biomass. So one of the difficulty of the next policy is that we see that the feedstock is less good than expected, and we need to take into account the fact that forests are degrading. So here I present the national emission by sector. So maybe one point that is different from other countries is the fact that electricity production emit less carbon than other countries. But it does not mean that it's an easy part to treat for the remaining part. We still have some coal plant in France, and they are not that easy to shut down because they participate to the equilibrium of the network in winter, especially in the western part of France. And one of the questions is to change this use to biomass. We also see that transportation is a large part of the emission, and that heating, both in the building and in the industry, is also an important part of the emission. So here I present the expected evolution in 2030 of the energy mix of France. So our strategy is based on 3 pillars. First pillar is energy saving, with a goal of 70% of reduction of our final energy consumption by 2030. So it's the reason why this the right bar is lower. We also have a rapid electrification of use thanks to electrical vehicles. How to say that? Heating systems, new heating systems, H2 hydrogen production by electrolysis, and electrification of industrial processes. And the third pillar of the strategy is an increased use of bioenergy and other renewable heat, especially biomass, solar thermal, geothermal, and waste. So this part is here in the green block of this slide. So why it's especially important to look at the biomass looping or equilibrium in this strategy. So the climate energy strategy, it's a very iterative process, because the existing strategy asks all the sectors to produce what we call roadmaps. And if we, it's a way to ask concretely the sectors the way they will reach the goal of the strategy. And if we add all the wants of biomass by all the sectors, we see that we have a problem. For instance, industrial sector asks a lot of biomass because it's quite cheap compared to other conversion, and so we have a difficulty. The use of biomass for energy can also conflict with other objectives. For instance, ensure France food self-sufficiency, the carbon sink that I speak before, and the action we want to have on biodiversity. An important point of our strategy is that we exclude the import of biomass in first approach. It does not mean that we will never use it. For instance, we use some biomass import for 1G fuel production, but we think in the long term that it's not possible to take this into account. First, it's in contradiction with the objectives of industrial and energy sovereignty we have in France. And we also consider the fact that France is one of the largest agricultural and forestry areas in Europe. And it's not reasonable to aim for import, because other countries will also want this resource. And for them, it will be maybe more difficult to be self-sufficient. So we need, conclusion, we need to have a balance between biomass supplies and demand in our targets. And we need to have a hierarchy of use, because not possible for every sector to have what. We also see that there are some competing use between energy when we look at the biomass. So it's a very warped picture. Something I want to say, I will not say it maybe in the next slide, but what is complex in biomass energy, it's also a local resource. And sometimes national policy have to take into account local consideration, because the competition, for instance, of use is not the same at a national scale or local scale. I will speak, I have next a slide about the modeling process of this policy. So it's quite awful. But it's just to say that we do the stuff correctly. No, but what I want to say is that we have a quite complex model that use as an input the numbers given by working groups on different topics. Then we have some what we call sectorial models that take into account many parameters. So, for instance, let's say the aviation model take into account the evolution of the consumption of flights, the evolution of the technology, so the efficiency of the planes, and the way we can substitute old plane by new plane. So we have this kind of model for every sector. And there is a specific tool in our architecture that is take into account the biomass looping. So for instance, if you need more artificial fertilizer, yes, there is it has an impact on the emission and on the production of fertilizers, but it can increase the growth of the biomass. But okay, so there is a specific tool that take into account the biomass looping. And then it produces some figures that you present to the political level. And the political level then can have some, then can take some decision, and you run against the system. Because when you present the number, sometimes they do not agree, and you have to do it. Make this kind of simulation it's a quite long process. It takes a few months, and so we can't iterate as much as the political level wants, but we try to do our best. So what are the results of the modeling? So this is what I present are the results of the run 2. So it's we did the first run, let's say 1 year ago. Then we had difficulties to get some decision of the number we presented. So we did run 1 bis. That was never very official. And then we are currently having discussion on the results of this run 2. So it does not mean that it will be directly the next climate and energy policy, but it means it's the base of the discussion we have at a political level now. So, so this is this slide presents the biomass supply. So we see that to reach the needs, we need a very significant effort by the agricultural sector and better use of crop residues, intermediate crops, lignocellulosic crops, and wood outside forest and other effluents. And for the forest, we see a slight increase of the forest biomass. So result of this slide. Regarding the use, the main use is made by industry, so it's the blue square. Other use by residential or heat networks and for other building. Some of the biomass is used for electricity production, thanks to solid or liquid biomass. And there is other use, as for instance, for agriculture. When we compute the number for every year, what is very important is that we are close to equilibrium until 2030, and we can have equilibrium in 2050, but we have a problem in 2040. And this is due to the fact that there is the consumption of fuel decrease only after 2040 in our models, because the electricity vehicles are the sales of thermal vehicles is forbidden only in 2045. So the decrease of the thermal vehicles sold in 2045 will still run in 2040. And then we can compare supply demand by vector. So for gas, solid, liquid, and we can see that one of the main difference we have between supply and demand is for gas vector in 2030, for instance. So, okay, same idea, but presented in a different way. And now I will speak a little bit about the prioritization of uses. So what we have, 1 minute. Okay, so I will finish here, but the discussion we have for the moment is about this big table. So so in France, we created 1 year ago what is called Secrétariat Général pour l'Écologie. So it's a public body that is directly linked to the First Minister, and that is in charge of doing this kind of arbitrage between the different ministers. So we are in charge of the climate simulation and of the energy part of production. But as you can imagine, there are many debates between the different ministries of what they want. So for instance, the industry, they want to have most of the biomass resources. And so they say that so for instance, they really want a sharp decrease of residential heating by biomass. And other ministry, for instance, agriculture, they want to save the feedstock for feeding animals. So this kind of discussion we have currently in order to establish the prioritization of the biomass.
Thank you very much, Christophe, for this very interesting presentation. So,
not very conclusive, but
but the work is ongoing. We have the time for 2 or 3 questions. So.
Good morning, Maria Georgiadou from the European Commission. Interesting to see the results of the model for the mismatch in 2040, that you will not, because of the assumption of the model that the electric vehicles are on after this time, that the thermal engine is banned in 2040 only. But I am curious to see whether in your other simulations, you have matched that the extra electricity that you need in 2040 to run the fleet of the electric vehicles that will be in place is available, including all the other uses that the electricity, the renewable electricity, I assume, or low carbon emitted electricity will be there. Have you matched? That will be an interesting comparison.
Okay, so I have another awful presentation about electricity buckling because it's another very important topic. But what I can say, we are really able to meet the demand in 2040 and in 2045. The main driver is the availability of the because what we observe in 2021 and in 2022 was a very low availability of this fleet. But if we are able to recover historical and are able to recover the historical disponibility of the fleet, we are really able to reach the demand. Another important point is that we need more electricity, and the only way to have more electricity is to install new renewable, because it's the time scale of nuclear will not make available new reactors before 2030. in France. So
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Birger Kerko, Agency for Renewable Resources in Germany. Thank you for your presentation. I have a question to your modeling assumptions. I couldn't find organic waste streams in your feedstock base. Maybe I overlooked it and I just compared it with what Jeremy Woodhouse said before, where it was quite an important component in 2040 and 2050. However, I still found dedicated crops still in the 2050 scenario, and I wondered what maybe you could provide a background to both feedstocks.
So I'm not sure that I have the competency to answer such detailed question, but organic fertilizers are taken into account in the model, and we still need 1G. It was not the question. I'm sorry. And we still have 1G fuel production in 2030. Because what is taken into account in the model is that we have existing 1G factories in France, and they will still be there in 2030. So we need to feed them.
Yeah, thank you for 2030, definitively, but I saw it also for 2050, if I'm not mistaken. And it was not about, let's say, organic manures, but it was about also organic fraction of waste, so of household waste, things like that. So, or is this not considered as biomass in the French calculation?
Okay.
So the organic fraction of waste, not directly from agriculture, but food waste and so on and so on.
Yes. Waste are taken into account in the model, and there is a specific model for waste management, and and it's also a policy that we have to articulate, because there is a waste policies that want to decrease the volume of waste globally, and so it's something that we have to take into consideration.
Okay, thank you. So we have online question.
Yes, we have one online question. What about sludge as a feedstock for biogas production?
What about?
Sludge.
Okay. Taken into account.
Okay, thank you very much, Christophe. So I give you, thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. So with this, we come to the next presentation from Canada. We have Oshada Mendes with us, who is a Deputy Director of the Clean Fuels Portfolio in the Office of Energy Research and Development at Natural Resources Canada. And he will talk to us about the role of bioenergy in Canada's energy strategies. Oshada, please.
Merci pour la présentation, Dina, et merci à nos merveilleux hôtes. Cette présentation, la bioénergie dans un avenir net zéro au Canada, sera en anglais, mais si vous avez des questions en français et si qu'elles sont lentes, je serai heureux d'y répondre. So, yeah, let's get into it. What's great about presenting bioenergy to a group like this is you don't have to really do the convincing of why it's important, and that's great because, let's see, Jeremy Morehouse also did a better job than I would anyways. So when I think forecasts out to 2050, I always start with the International Energy Agency as well. And so I'll do this quickly. The keys that I'm going to highlight again from Jeremy's excellent presentation is really the stark increase in bioenergy out to 2030. That's what's shown on the left here. And on the right, the variety of uses in industrial applications, or sorry, in the most difficult to decarbonize applications such as industry, transport, and buildings. So really the future of bioenergy is quite bright, and that's good for us in Canada because we have a lot of it. Canada is the second largest country in the world and third as ranked by forested area. but of course, forestry is not the only type of bioenergy available. The Canada Energy Regulator has put this chart together and has characterized 6 different types of biomass feedstocks. And this chart shows the variety of biomass on a regional basis. So on the x-axis, you have the different regions in Canada. These would be provinces and territories. And what I'd like to highlight here is that right now, feedstock is not limited, but in this future scenario where there's a significant increase and it's used in a variety of applications, we may not have the exact biomass feedstock type that we need for a certain conversion pathway for a specific end use in the quantity that we need it. And that's really the crux of my presentation. And I thought Christophe did an excellent job with the French model. So I'd really love to put my colleagues in touch with his to deepen that conversation. And so in terms of how we're approaching this from a Canadian perspective, it's very similar to the French perspective. And this model was put together by my colleagues at Canmet Énergie Varennes. This is a government lab in the province of Quebec within Natural Resources Canada. And unlucky for me, it's probably 3:30 in the morning over there in Quebec, so I don't think I'll be able to phone a friend. So let's hope I can do this justice. So the model is like this: review modern bioenergy pathways, ensure there's solid modeling and simulation of production pathways, conduct TEAs, LCAs, E3 models, ensure that we're doing market assessments, especially in regional contexts, and in particular where it comes to feedstock availability and delivered costs. And then, of course, like any good model in present day, leveraging artificial intelligence to make sure it's bigger, it's faster, and then, of course, iterate and optimize to ensure that we have the best model possible. So next, I'd like to talk about a critical analysis tool, the multi-criteria approach with weighted factors. This is a really important part of how our lab decides to identify and prioritize high-impact bioenergy uses. And so after this slide, I'll show a case study of the province of Quebec where it comes to industrial uses of bioenergy for decarbonization. And the methodology starts with setting an objective. And so the objective for this case study is to optimize GHG reductions in industrial facilities considering technical and economic considerations. And now let's get into the weight factors. So these are in the colored circles, and the size of the circle corresponds to the impact for the model in the analysis. And note, there is not one correct set of factors and or weights. This is where the science sort of meets the art. It really depends on the user's objective and the objective for the analysis and the decarbonization goals of a specific region or context. And so to determine these weights, our lab in Quebec sent out a survey to experts in the region to get a starting point for these numbers. Then they facilitated meetings to discuss and refine where they ended up with the values that you see here. And so I'm going to get into some of the factors very briefly. So I'll start with alternative solutions. And so this would cover, let's take light duty transportation as an example. So of course we can use bioenergy to make cellulosic ethanol, blend with gasoline, decarbonize that mode of emission. But I think globally, we've come to the conclusion that electrification is a better option. So the model would look at that alternative solution and then probably spit out that that's not the best use of biomass because consumption will be significantly decreased in the future. And so another weight factor would be technical constraints. So this would be the technical feasibility of converting the biomass to the bioenergy required for a certain decarbonization process, and also the technical feasibility of using that mode of bioenergy. And I think a good example here is biocarbon. So of course, the steel and iron ore industry would love to use more biocarbon in their processes for decarbonization, but a high barrier I've heard from some of my stakeholders is that the quality requirement is extremely severe and it's sensitive in that process. And that's become a real hindrance to utilizing more biocarbon, and the model will take that into effect as well. And then other, the model also gets quite detailed. So I'll talk quickly about retrofitting costs. A good example here is torrefied wood pellets used in the cement industry, for example. So if a cement plant were to use this type of biomass, most likely they would need new infrastructure in the way of a conveyor belt. And so the model would compare this to something like RNG, which would need little to no new infrastructure to be utilized in that decarbonization option. Other factors for this study include biomass conversion, the cost of that conversion, access to biomass, CCS and BECCS potential, which I'll cover a bit later, and the fuel that's being displaced. So next, I'm going to show one of the outputs of this model. And so this is what's termed a Sankey diagram. And this diagram is used to visualize the higher impact opportunities for decarbonizing industry via bioenergy. And I'll note that this analysis covered all industrial sites in the province of Quebec that emitted more than 25 kilotons of emissions per year. And transport was only included where it fell within the site boundary. So for example, transport for a mining site. And at a high level, the model determined that there is a demand of 16 million oven-dry tons per year, which can result in a reduction of almost 11 megatons of CO2 equivalent per year. Now, how to read this diagram. So if we start at the top left in blue, this is biochar. And then as we go right, we see in priority from top to bottom where the model suggests this bioenergy be prioritized. So as we can see here, or as I can see here, you probably can't, but I'll read it out for you. Biochar gets split out into use in a pelletizing furnace, an electric arc furnace, and the majority goes into anode baking and a reheating furnace. And so again, I'll just highlight that the Sankey prioritizes uses, and that should be read from top to bottom. And again, I'll reiterate the number 16.11 megatons of oven-dry biomass is what the model deemed necessary. And this isn't net zero, this is all the high impact uses. So let's keep that in consideration because the model also evaluates what is currently available. And that's based on what the model deemed as available, which is based on many factors, including sustainability, economic viability, competition with other pathways. It appears only 29% of the biomass required is available, and that results in 35% of the emissions reduction. I'm going to reiterate those numbers because I think that really points out the case. It's not 29% of the feedstock will result in 29% of the emissions. You get a benefit because the model has prioritized the high impact uses. And of course, this number is based on a variety of assumptions. As such, the real number could be higher or lower. But the model is suggesting that the amount of biomass required in Quebec for high impact uses of biomass to decarbonize industrial facilities is just not there in the quantity that we need it. And then I'll also, is there a way to go back? Ah, perfect. And lastly, I'll just highlight here, you know what, it doesn't look like it's green, but the top 5 uses are highlighted in green, and that shows what the available biomass should be prioritized in Quebec in these industrial facilities, and that covers the 29% of feedstock that's available. And I think I'm running out of time, and there's something else that I really want to cover, so I'm going to skip this slide. Really, this is just a sensitivity analysis showing different Sankey diagrams for different weight factors and weighting criteria, and you know, as any model goes, inputs determine the outputs. So yeah, I'd really like to get to order of merit before I close. And so this is something my colleagues at, again, CanMet Energy VRN, or CEV, have done. They've taken the strategic evaluation of high impact bioenergy uses in decarbonization options one step further. And they've developed something that's similar to the CCUS and hydrogen ladders, if you're familiar with those. And at a very high level, the order of merit leverages case studies, models, simulations, net zero studies, an in-house biomass conversion tool, and of course, that multi-criteria analysis. And before presenting the order of merit, I'm just going to outline a few caveats. The analysis that fed into this model is general. It's for Canada in 2023. And however, I mentioned Canada's a very large country, so this can't be taken into a very specific regional context. If you would like to do it again for a province or a specific city, the model needs to be updated. And again, the criteria and weighting are just one case study for this output. As I mentioned before, it really is a mix of art and science and depends on the objectives for the location. And lastly, there are some end products and end uses that compete against many other alternatives, namely electrification and electrolytic hydrogen. And there are some that do not have any good competitive alternatives, and those you'll see float to the top. So without further ado, the order of merit. And I'm going to pause here for a minute because this is a lot of information to take in. So maybe I'll start with just a few general comments, as this is all predicated on the position that biomass availability will be limited in the future scenario. And as such, that predication suggests that there is not enough bioenergy for every end use and definitely not every industrial end use. And so electrification must be favored in a lot of subsectors. But of course, we know electrification cannot decarbonize every end use. There are very difficult to electrify scenarios, and that's where biomass, especially in high temperature processes, which can be combined with carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration, or BECCS, can result in negative emissions, which is really important. So I'll also highlight that several solid biomass applications serve as both energy sources and carbon sources, so think chemical reagent, increasing their merit in this model. And also for the cement and lime sectors, most of the emissions are process emissions. And the use of bioenergy in these sectors are being prioritized because, again, in the long term, they can be combined with CCUS. And so let's get into the model a little bit. The blue to the gray is technology maturity. And so in the blue, we have technologies that are commercial, and as we move to the gray, more emerging technologies. And then the green, yellow, and orange color. So green are use cases that should be prioritized. For these, in most cases, there is no other option for decarbonization, and the carbon is sequestered in the long term. And so where possible, these are no-brainers. The yellow are also generally good cases. There's potential for high sequestration, but it's not always a better energy efficiency versus the alternative. And the orange, to be clear, are not bad options by any means. They just need a little more context and consideration. In some cases, they are also no-brainers, and in other cases, there are better alternatives. And even though there may not be a great alternative, it still may not make sense to decarbonize with bioenergy, and it may not make sense to decarbonize at all. And I know that seems like maybe a wild assumption, but in every net zero model that I've read, and as shown by our colleagues, Emmanuel, Christophe, and Jeremy, there is, in 2050, some emissions. We're not getting every sector to zero emissions, it's net zero. And that's also predicated on the necessity for negative emissions via bioenergy, DAC, and potential future other sources. So, I mean, if we could get every sector to zero, of course I'd be supportive, who wouldn't? I just don't think that that's realistic. And so, as I'm running out of time here, I'll finish with this. One, biomass is certainly not limited today, especially in Canada. There has been no bioenergy project that has been hindered by feedstock availability. Two, bioenergy has a very bright future. It will certainly play a large role in Canada and the rest of the world in reaching net zero. As I mentioned, there are numerous processes where bioenergy can be used to decarbonize, and also what I think is critically important, generate negative emissions. And 3, because of these numerous use cases and projected significant increases, I believe there is a scenario where we will reach a point of not having enough biomass. And I think, and that's similar to every other type of solution for climate change. I mean, there's a lot of discussion around electrical grids reaching capacity and needing to be strategic. And that's no different for bioenergy. These types of discussions, these types of forums are extremely important in sharing with the international community, because that model that Christoph presented was excellent. And so it'd be great to connect these experts, continue this discussion to make sure that we have the right mix of energies going forward to give us the best chance to reach net zero in 2050. Thank you.
Thank you, Oshado, for an excellent presentation and pointing out the key messages so well. So we have time for 1 or 2 questions, maybe. Let's see what we have here in the room.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Can you go 1 slide back, please? So in the model, do you take into account the societal value that the product has generated? You know, if you look at this order of merit, it has to do with availability and maybe complexity of molecule structures. But if you ask a person to make a choice between space heating or a face cream or a toy, they would probably prefer space heating if that was the alternative to choose from your limited resource. So is there some sort of, what is the added value of the product to society? Because that's not often reflected in these orders of merit.
And that's a great question, Bas. So my technical knowledge of the model is a bit limited. As I mentioned, it was developed by our colleagues at Net Zero. And I do not believe that that consideration has been taken for the development of this model. I mean, this is such a complex issue, and this is a lot of information being put on 1 slide. And really, it is to generate discussion, spark, even controversial ideas. So I'm curious to hear everyone's thoughts, either now or during the breaks. But no, great point. I think I'm just trying to picture how that would be modeled, and that just seems so complex. But no, I don't believe that's taken into consideration.
Thank you. We have a question by Christoph here and then one online.
One of the big difference we have in the results is the place for biohydrogen. Can you elaborate a little more on maybe the alternative with the electrolysis and the way you take this into account in your model?
Sorry, the alternative with...
in fact, in your model, you say that it's possible or pertinent to use biohydrogen in some sectors. And in France, we really don't have the same conclusion. And so it's one of the differences that strikes me. Mm-hmm. And so maybe can you say a little more on biohydrogen and why you see the pertinence of this use?
Definitely, that's a great point, and that really highlights the different regional perspectives that are required in a model like this. And the benefit of biohydrogen is that it can be combined with BECCS to provide negative emissions via gasification pathway. And I think that's where we need to go for a lot of these high impact uses, is focusing on that negative emissions pathway. And that's why biohydrogen is being prioritized, in things like iron and steel in the direct, in terms of the furnace. And I also see it in the pulp and paper industry. I think the key here is really the opportunity for negative emissions.
So there is a question from the online audience. What sources of data does the model use to give conclusions and prioritize uses of resources? Where is the source data coming from?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I'm going to go back to the slide here. This is really the information that feeds into the order of merit. So WS30 has been doing some exceptional work with the industrial community in the province of Quebec. So they have very detailed P&IDs, which, they have this type of data very specific for industrial sites. And so even in the Sankey diagram that I showed, it's not just, you know, a reduction of emissions in the iron industry. It's very specific. It's used in an electric arc furnace. And that type of detail is only possible if you have very detailed data going into the model. So again, it's not just net zero studies. It's not just TEAs, LCAs. It's direct, detailed work with sites that emit significant quantities like these industrial applications.
Excuse me, I just have a very short question, follow up on Christophe's question. So I'm Aisha Kamishi from ADEME, and I just want to know if you take in account the energy efficiency for each pathway when you did this work.
Certainly, that is a very important aspect of it when it comes to the energy efficiency and also the carbon efficiency when you want to prioritize the use of a certain bioenergy in an application. Yeah, it's a very important piece, and that's a great question.
Thank you. So very interesting. And I think by the time the Canadians get up in the morning, there will be an email like, get in touch with. Thank you very much, Oshada.
No problem. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. So now we will welcome Jim Space from the US Department of Energy. So Jim is, serves as a Systems Development and Integration Program Manager for US Department. So thank you, Jim.
Bonjour. Hopefully you have my presentation. So a little bit of background, like France, like Canada, the US has goals of a net zero clean economy by 2050 and a completely green grid by 2035, which is going to be a very ambitious, very aggressive goal. The US also has currently the largest biofuels industry in the world, based on two fuels, ethanol being the largest, approximately 16 or 17 billion gallons of production every year, a little less than 1 billion exported, and then approximately 3 billion gallons of bio-based diesel, a combination of biodiesel and renewable diesel. So we do see that as we transition that, in particular, that ethanol usage is going to go way down unless it's targeted elsewhere, because we expect heavy electrification of the light-duty vehicle sector. So we expect a lot of transitions in the transportation sector. But what's really getting most of the attention in the United States at the moment in the bioenergy space is aviation fuels. So 2 years ago, the White House and the US government agencies articulated what we call our Sustainable Aviation Fuel Grand Challenge. And the Grand Challenge calls for 3 billion gallons of SAF production by 2030 and approximately 35 billion gallons by 2050, with the goal of by 2050 displacing all fossil jet fuel. And so the aviation fuel goals are really getting most of the attention, almost all the attention, energy, financing, interest in the bioenergy space at the moment. It's this aviation sector. Secondarily, there's a lot of interest, a lot of focus on marine fuels, and lower quality biofuels can perhaps be used for marine fuels. So that sort of equation in terms of how to optimize use of biomass for biofuels will happen over time and probably be largely market driven. Additionally, it's been mentioned here a number of times, is there enough biomass resource to go around? In the US, going back to 2006, we had a study that's referred to as the billion ton study. It's been revised several times. It's a very detailed study looking at biomass resources available in the US, and it's actually being updated again this year. And the billion ton study, as it's updated, we are seeing results that we expect actually to be able to have as much as 2 billion tons per year of biomass available by 2050 for these various uses. And we project with that much biomass that we could produce the 35 billion gallons for SAF by 2050, another approximately 30 billion gallons for other uses, renewable diesel, other heavy duty applications, and still have enough for uses like approximately 400 million tons of biochemicals. So there's a lot to go around. These assumptions call for no additional land use displacing food crops, but it does call for a great deal of greater use of agricultural waste and in addition, dedicated energy crops on lands that are much more marginal, not currently in use for food and not expected to ever be used for food. But to get from our current usage of approximately 300 million tons per year of biomass up to 2 billion tons or something in that range does require a great deal of enhancement of additional waste uses, municipal solid waste, food waste, wastewater treatment residues, and in particular this the agricultural waste and dedicated energy crops on marginal lands. So I'd like to, there's a lot of attention that has been placed on the US for various laws that we passed recently. I'll talk about them briefly and talk about bioenergy in the context. So you may have heard some of these acronyms, but 2 years ago in 2021, something called the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law was passed, and it created or set aside $63 billion of new money for energy and climate activities. And shortly after that, this law, referred to as the CHIPS Act, was created, setting aside $280 billion, largely focused on cutting edge science and microchip technology, with the emphasis here being trying to reduce our dependence on foreign imports of microchip technology. And then more recently, in August of 2022, the Inflation Reduction Act was passed. And this was the biggest stimulus, much larger stimulus for clean energy technologies, $391 billion available, a one-time supplement. So between these two, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act that we refer to as the IRA, and please excuse the lack of sensitivity to the UK and Ireland, but when the US thinks of the IRA, they think about their 401k first and not challenges in the past in Ireland. So between these two, $450 billion was set aside a one-time use for investments of all of clean technology. And this is truly unprecedented, truly historic for the US. In our prior history, the single largest and only real large single impact or set aside for clean technology goes back to the first year of President Obama in 2009. And that was approximately $70 billion set aside, a one-time increment. Most of that for clean technology, but various clean energy applications. But so now we're going for a jump of 70 billion to in President Biden's first year and second year to $450 billion. And it's in this context that we're expecting a bit of a, hopefully a large revolution in the clean technology space for the US and setting aside the conditions or creating the conditions that can allow us to eventually reach these 2030, 2035, 2050 type of clean technology goals. Other things that are very important in the bioenergy space that will help enable, in particular the SAF, are a number of clean fuel tax credits. There are some existing tax credits that have been around for a while that have been extended. More importantly, there's a specific SAF tax credit that was created just for 2 years, for this year and next year. And after that, SAF will have to compete with a more generic clean fuels production tax credit for the next 3 years. And there's also some very generous hydrogen production tax credits that are expected to greatly help the bioenergy industry with the need for hydrogen. And it's well recognized by industry that 5 years of new tax credits is not nearly enough to create a new industry, especially since it takes about 5 years from saying go to actually building a biofuels plant. So industry is working hard to make sure that these tax windows for getting in place are extended, changed, and modified. In addition, under these new laws, something called the Office of Clean Energy Demonstrations was created. This is a new DOE division focused specifically on the demonstration phase of projects. And it's focused though on these different technologies and not specifically on bioenergy. $25 billion set aside for these projects, but it's expected that technologies like, or the funding going to places like the hydrogen hubs and carbon management, rural and remote communities can help complement bioenergy needs and help result in bioenergy stimulation. In my home program office, the Bioenergy Technologies Office within DOE, we have an annual budget of approximately $250 million per year. It's spread over multiple technology space from like TRL space from 2 through 7. And we estimate that about 80% of this annual budget can be applicable and helpful to SAF and marine and various heavy duty applications. I personally manage the portion of the portfolio focused on pre-pilot and pilot and demonstration. So we're working hard to scale these various technologies and get, in particular, new SAF technologies beyond HEFA into the commercial space. We recognize that with the goals of, say, 3 billion gallons by 2030, a lot of that, most of that will be satisfied with HEFA technologies, but there are certainly questions in mind about are there enough oil-based crops and fats, oils, and greases to meet those 3 billion gallons of the goal. And the estimates range from, we could easily do 1 billion to some people estimate we could do 4 or 5 billion gallons. The estimates are all over the place, and so hard to say, but we expect other technologies to be coming online, and that's where we're really trying to help out with technologies like gasification of Fischer-Tropsch, alcohol to jet, hydrothermal liquefaction, pyrolysis technologies, etc. Also, we have a very robust loan program that under these new laws was enhanced greatly. There's $250 billion of new loan authority that was created. And I'm aware that there's approximately $20 billion worth of loan applications in the pipeline within the system for biofuel projects. There's only one that I'm aware of that is pretty far along in the process, a company that many of you have probably heard of if you're following the biofuel space, and that's Gevo. And Gevo is far along in its loan application process and is hoping to get approximately $1 billion loan guarantees. So this can be very important, very helpful in the bioenergy space. Also, out of these laws, there was a one-time $300 million grant authority created under the Department of Transportation, Federal Aviation Administration. So this is the organization that has historically funded all of our aviation technology development and regulation, international engagement, works with organizations like ICAO and works with CORSIA and such important regulations. But this is a one-time set of grants that has just been put on the street, money made available with applications due on November 27th for a broad range of technologies for building supply chains for SAF. And lastly, I just wanted to point out that within DOE, there's a quite wide-ranging ecosystem of different types of programs that are available for technology stimulation. For example, the Office of Science, which is here, science, is approximately a $600 million per year program with a couple $100 million that goes into fundamental biochemical, bioorganism type of research. So very early TRL stage, TRL 1, 2. We've got programs like small business programs to help get small companies started. RPE that many of you probably heard about focuses on distinct technical challenges in like 3 or 4 year segments. Like they'll point out a distinct technical conversion pathway that needs help and focus on that. And applied offices like my home office, the Bioenergy Technologies Office, takes these technologies more from, they say, TRLs 3, 4-ish through demonstration. I just talked about the loan program office and the demonstration program office. So it's a very complex set of programs and smorgasbord here of how to get grant assistance. But rather than a future mandate for gallons, volume gallons of fuel, the U.S. has set up more of an incentive and assistance program trying to stimulate bioenergy development, biofuel development. And there's been a tremendously strong response from industry and interest from airlines in stepping up to the plate and making investments. And we're hoping that it results in meeting our SAF Grand Challenge goals. And thank you for your time, and I'll wrap up there.
Thank you very much, Jim. It was a very interesting presentation showing the impressive investment for clean energy in US. So thank you very much for that. I forgot to mention that Jim replaced the presentation from the Ministry of Brazil because she was not able to make it. She had to fly back to the office earlier. So thank you for that also. So we have some time for 2 or 3 questions for Jim.
I'll just add in a little bit of summation that a lot of people in other countries think that the IRA was this huge dollar stimulus for SAF, and in particular, but pointing out that the dollars directly focused on staff were very modest. It's this $300 million grant program. And it's mostly the help of the tax incentives that is really expected to be the larger stimulus. So previously our industry, our biofuels industry was built on mandates, volumetric mandates, the RFS. It's been tremendously successful, but now we've transitioned to more of this incentive-based approach. So we'll see how it works out.
Thanks, Jim. Interesting talk as ever. What's your view on what the most promising SAF technologies are in the sort of landscape of technologies coming forward?
Well, beyond HEFA, I think there are many different technologies, conversion pathways that are promising, and we need many of them. I think alcohol to jet will be successful, and with various other carbon saving approaches like smart agriculture and even carbon capture can be a very effective GHG reducing technology. Gasification of Fischer-Tropsch, we hope will be very successful. Pyrolysis and hydrothermal liquefaction, we think have a place to play. Hydrothermal liquefaction in particular with water or wet feedstocks like municipal solid waste or water treatment plant feedstocks. But we really need them all to be able to use the wide range of biomass feedstocks that we would like to use to reach those high gallons. We really need many different pathways, not just a few. And so we're trying to invest in a wide range of different technologies to get to our future goals.
I have one question, thank you. You show a slide with a target of 100% of domestic fuel production on US, but I didn't see the share between the fossil fuel, the biofuel, and also on synthetic fuel. I don't know if you have any target on this biofuel and synthetic fuel compared to the fossil fuel.
So in particular for aviation fuel,
yes, SAF.
Our 2050 target is to displace all of the fossil jet fuel.
So the 100% of
is our goal.
Only biofuel?
That's our goal.
Renewable.
That's our goal. Okay. We do expect smaller percentages of aviation to be helped by hydrogen and small scale electrification technologies, things like that. But we do think that the majority of the aviation decarbonization will come from biofuels, at least through 2050.
One question for me.
One question there.
Yeah. For the feedstock, do you have any sustainability requirements on the biogenic part?
Yes, a minimum of 50% GHG requirement to even qualify for any of these tax credits, but our goals are much higher. We're expecting even alcohol to jet to be at least 70%, 80% GHG reducing, and a lot of these technologies are going to be going towards 100% wherever possible.
So we will take the last question, very short.
I think it's quite quick. Do you have any imports in your 100% scenario, or is that entirely from domestic resource?
I think the scenario is that it could be satisfied without imports, but we expect exports and imports in these future markets. And we fully expect that there's no such thing as an only successful US SAF industry. It has to be very much a global SAF industry, or this will not work. So.
Okay, thank you very much again, Jim. It's time to thank you all the speakers this morning. So perhaps we can close again. So thank you very much. So now it's the coffee break. So we will meet in the room in let's say 15 minutes. 20 minutes. So see you then. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. So welcome, Marlon. So you're the only online participant in this panel. So we would like to open the second session of this morning, which is a panel debate on drivers and barriers and effective policies and strategies to support the role of bioenergy. This will be co-chaired by Paul and myself. My name is Birger Kerko. I'm working for the Agency for Renewable Resources in Germany. Paul, introduce yourself.
Yes, now you know my name. I'm Paul Bennett. Kia ora. I work for our research institute in New Zealand. Hello? Yeah. I work for a Crown institute in New Zealand that's focused on forestry and forest products.
Okay. Well, we already had quite nice and very interesting presentations this morning. And so, well, we have on this panel, we have the speakers of the first morning session. In addition, we have Maria here and some online Marlon Arares from Brazil. And well, for Maria and Marlon, as I have not been presenting before, we would like to give them the opportunity for and we would like Giardo. So Maria Giardo works for the European Commission, Directorate General Research and Innovation as a senior expert. And well, she has been active in the area of bioenergy and biofuels for quite some time, I would say. I think at least, well, I would say for the last 15 years, because I think for the last 15 years, we have been collaborating in one way or another in working groups, in projects, and so on and so on. So Maria, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Birger. Indeed, I work in the renewable fuels, renewable energies, research and innovation policy, strategies, and the way forward in the European Commission. I guess goes like that. The big one. Okay, thank you. So for the European policy, it is a lot for the climate neutrality. And here I have one part, the overall policy, European Green Deal. And actually, this European Green Deal tells us that in 2030, we have to save 55% of the greenhouse gas that all the sectors of the economy is emitting, and by 2050, will be climate neutral. And it means that we have to convert all the economy sectors, not only the energy, but the industry, the transport, the agriculture, the buildings, etc., in a way that it becomes a sustainable economic future. There is growth, but sustainable growth, and in a fair way, not to leave anyone behind. This is just transition, and this is the principle in the European Commission. To do that, we had put a legislative proposal package together, which is called Fit for 55. And this includes many legislations. Here I put, it includes 15 actually. Here I put the that are most connected, related to the renewable fuel. And the most important, of course, is the Renewable Energy Directive. And there we have specific targets for advanced biofuels, biogases, and RFNBOs. The terminology in the Commission is renewable fuels of non-biological origin, and this includes both synthetic renewable fuels, those that made from carbon or and hydrogen, and hydrogen itself as a final product. And there are targets for the reduction of the greenhouse gas intensity in the transport, and the targets for how much hydrogen it will be in the industry by 2030, where the Renewable Energy Directive focuses, and next, sustainability criteria for bioenergy that goes to heat and power. We have specific packages for the aviation and for the fuel, with specific targets again for 2030, but these go beyond 2030 up to 2050. and other legislative proposals like the effort sharing regulation with greenhouse gas emissions targets and the ETS, the emissions trading scheme, where the polluter pays, meaning the emissions that are emitted from the various sectors have a fee, have a kind of penalty. These are used to finance renewable energy projects in the area. We have, of course, the Commission CO2 emissions. It doesn't work. So either I will speak or... Okay, so the emission standards are important also, both for life and equity. Most of these proposals have been adopted or provisionally agreed, like the RED 3 now, and this is going to be accepted or published in the official journal of the Commission by end of this year or at the beginning of next year at the latest. But we have some pending still, like the Energy Taxation Directive, which is something very important for the renewable energy and the renewable fuels, where it will be like a tax exemption for these areas, but it is still ongoing. Here I put forward some other policies. So we have policies for the biomethane. This is under the Repower EU plan, and the target is 35 billion cubic meters annually by 2030 domestic production of biomethane. We support this with an industrial partnership, which is called the Biomethane Industrial Partnership. We have the Net Zero Industry Act. This is an act where it says actually made in EU. Clean energy technologies made in EU. Supported. There will be strategic technologies like the biogas and biomethane, and non-strategic technologies that include sustainable alternative fuel technologies. We have the strategic technologies for Europe platform. This actually is again, it has been announced in June, and actually it will give 160 billion of new investments taken from existing and new instruments. Money like the InvestEU, the Innovation Fund, the Horizon Europe, etc., to do what? To boost investments in clean and technologies, along with digital and biotechnologies. And the clean technologies include the renewable energy, and this includes also the RFNBOs and the sustainable alternative fuels. And also we can see that we have special policy for the hydrogen and the decarbonized gas markets package, which means that from 5% use of renewable gas today will go to 66% in 2050, and that could be both organic, biomethane, biogas, or RFNBO, non-organic. Thank you. And then we support, here I can say that we have our multi-annual MGOR program. Okay, multi-annual MFF. Don't have a problem. Now, okay.
Thank you.
Alzheimer's, merci. Alors, we have the multi-annual financial framework program, which is actually 1 trillion for the 21 to 27 period, and 800 billion for the Next Generation EU, which is the resilience and recovery facility to cover the economic crisis. 1.8 billion, 30% of which goes to climate actions, meaning around 400, 500 billion go to these climate actions. This includes, of course, is not only for renewable energy and renewable fuels, but includes renewable fuels as well. And we have something like 15 billion in Cluster 5 Energy, Climate and Mobility to support research and innovation actions, including actions on renewable fuels. And for your information, I put here topics that we have in the work program 23-24 that are still open. And they cover renewable fuels. They cover also biorefineries under international cross-cutting studies on the outlook of industrial capacity for biofuels, etc., and all this that the Commission is quite active in the area and tries to support the deployment of the renewable fuel technologies, starting now and going to immediate targets of 2030 and then further on 2050 for climate neutrality. With this, I conclude my introductory statements. More information you can find in recent publications on innovative biomethane and renewable fuels result packs that we have published earlier this year. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Maria, for this nice short introduction. We will have a panel discussion between all afterwards, but if there are, well, just one or two questions for clarity or so, please go ahead. So if there are short questions, we can ask them now. Okay.
Thank you for the presentation, Maria. In terms of the hydrogen, for hydrogen reducing the emissions intensity of your gas grid, I was wondering, is the plan to blend hydrogen into natural gas? And if so, what are your thoughts on the difficulties that are there in blending and what limits do you see? And if not, what are the plans for hydrogen related infrastructure?
Actually, the plan is to use hydrogen as such. Now, starting, of course, blending, as you say, there are limitations. You cannot go above a certain limit for the time being because of the nature of the molecule, but then you need to build a new infrastructure. We have something which is called Clean Hydrogen Joint Undertaking. This is a partnership, private-public, meaning the Commission, together with the industry, join forces and money, and it's about 2 billion there to build actually production, distribution, and use of hydrogen. And this, the question that you put forward is part of the strategy under the joint undertaking. But for the moment, you can just blend very small percentages.
Okay, thank you. See no more questions, so over to Paul for introducing the second speaker.
Okay.
Thank you, Maria, again.
Yes, thank you, Maria. Apologies for the rearrangement of the furniture. Is this on?
No. Perhaps this should be off.
So let me introduce the next speaker. It is Marlon Jadi from Brazil. He's Director of Biofuels at the Ministry of Mines and Energy. Marlon, are you there?
Yeah, so I'm here.
Okay, if you can give us a short overview, that'd be really good. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to say a few words. I am aware that you reshaped your workshop just to have us speaking here, and it's very good. We are very thankful for this effort. And I have a couple of slides here to show you as well. How can I do it? May I just share my screen? I need.
Yes, sir.
I don't know. It's not. I'm not allowed to.
We are sharing your slides now.
Okay. Okay.
Just a couple of seconds.
Okay.
You can share your slides now.
Okay. Thank you. just no, not that.
That was short.
Thank you.
That is too short, too brief. Thank you very much. Well, I have some slides here. Once again, thank you very much for reshaping this workshop for just the words of Brazil here. And on behalf of the Ministry of Mines and Energy, we are very thankful for that. Well, just as a context, we have here in Brazil for bioenergy and as driver of our policy of biofuels, we have an overview, which is our national biofuels policy. And this program and this policy has, as some of you may already know, we have three main axes for this policy. The first of all is the national target for reduced emissions of the fuel market, of the fuel mix, for a period of 10 years. This is a mandate, a target that is imposed by our National Energy Policy Council. The second axis of our policy of biofuels here is the individual and voluntary certification of biofuel production. This certification is based on a life cycle analysis through which biofuel producers receive an efficient score in terms of net emissions per unit of energy, and also the CBIO, the decarbonization credit. This is the financial instrument, the ticket and the credit that is issued by the biofuel producer that must be acquired by distributors in this organized market, this stock exchange market, in order to fulfill their own goals and their own targets. Regarding to the targets, we have just completed the public consultancy process of the targets of this carbon intensity reduction for our energy, for our fuel mix for the next 10 years. And we have, by the law, the obligation to fix this target for this 10 years period, minimum. So we established this 11% reduction target of our carbon intensity in comparison with 2018, which is our number of reference. We have already established a goal for, and internationally, at the UN, we have a panel there, our energy compact, with a compromise of reducing 10% of its carbon intensity till 2030. And the certification of biofuels production it is a technologically neutral. We have this life cycle analysis from multi-tank with efficiency scores per producer, and each producer that is certified, we have today 277 units of ethanol producers against 357 authorized producers in Brazil that is certified. Biodiesel, we have 32 mills certified against 56 in operation. And biomethane, we have 3 authorized certified producers among 4 that is already authorized by the national agency to sell and commercialize biomethane. Regarding CBU, our decarbonization credits, it is the instrument of fulfilling this target of our view. It is based, as I said, in a life cycle analysis on a voluntary basis for certification. It is traded in our stock exchange market. 1 CBU corresponds to a reduction of 1 ton of carbon dioxide equivalent. It is based on the volume of each invoice of biofuel sold. We have here the invoice that the biofuel producers have against the fuel distributors. And the fuel distributors may buy CBU in order to comply with their individual targets every year. So we have this target for the 10 years period, then the global, the national target, it is splitted by those distributors in a proportion of their own market share of fossil fuels. And then they have to buy that CBUs, that amount of CBUs, otherwise they are liable to penalties and sanctions. Other investors and third parties may be able to trade CBU, and our intention is that it could one day improve its liquidity and fungibility. Also, CBIO implies an additional income to producers and importers. In addition to the revenues from biofuel sales, we split the physical product, the biofuel product, which has its own market and dynamics of commercialization. We split this to the commercialization of CBIO. As a overall prospect of what's happening today, we expect a financial volume of more than $700 million this year, which means that each CBIO is traded in an equivalence of $23 roughly. And this represents an extra income for ethanol producers, for instance, of nearly 15 cents of reais per liter, which is roughly 5% of the price of the ethanol that is sold. So this is something that really counts on their margin and something beginning to be a significant aspect of this market mechanism, and that is giving some incentives to those producers. So that's the dynamic. We have these individual targets for fuel distributors, and we have the certification in this process. Biofuel producers, with their efficiency scores individually, they can emit CBIOs, they can issue CBIOs that is sold in stock market, and then we have this market going on. As following this energy transition, we have nowadays the core of what I'm saying here, the Fuel of the Future program, the Combustível do Futuro, which is a bill that was proposed by the government. We sent to the Congress last month, and this project is going to be evaluated by the Congress, and it's now in an ongoing process of this process of approval in Congress. So the main objective here of the Fuel of the Future is the integration of the National Biofuels Policy, RenovaBio, and our automotive regime, what we call here Rota 2030, Rota 2030. And we have also another program, the Air Pollution Control Program for motor vehicles. The manufacturers in Brazil must comply with the targets of pollutants in Procon. So we need to integrate those mobility programs in order to have a very efficient approach to carbon mobility. And as I said, the driver in this process is our vocation for bioenergy production. So the automotive regime will include in this proposal the well-to-wheel based life cycle analysis concept as a goal for setting the automotive industry to. The automotive industry will have a goal, a target, corporate target in grams of CO2 per kilometer, grams of CO2 of greenhouse gases emissions. We have the harmonization of this automotive regime to our Proconv.
Paul,
sorry?
Could I ask you to reach a conclusion, because we really want to get into the panel discussion, and we think that's a really important part of this process. So
yes.
Just 1 minute, please.
Okay. I am just finished this slide because this brings a broad perspective of this Fuel of the Future program. So this program and this bill that is proposed wants to reach a SAF policy for Brazil. We have established in this proposal the targets of reducing carbon dioxide emissions. We have not a volumetric mandate, but an emission targets mandate. Also, we have this X of carbon dioxide capture and storage technology regulation. This is something that we don't have today, the regulatory framework for CCS. Also, we have this the national green diesel policy. We know that for heavy-duty vehicles, it is very important to address the decarbonization in this sector. So we are introducing a mandate for green diesel. And also, we want to increase the limits of ethanol mixture in gasoline. We have a range today from E18 to E27.5 we want to reshape this this range to E22 to E30. So we are going to assess this expansion for E30. So I leave you here. This is the main proposal that we have in Congress now for our mobility today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marlon, for a very clear presentation. I'd just like to invite a couple of very short questions for clarity, if there are any. If not, we'll get into the panel discussion. Any questions? No? Obviously very clear, thank you. So we'll get into this panel discussion. The idea is for the panel to have a discussion amongst themselves. We'll invite questions from the floor and questions from online. So if we can open up with a question around.
Yes, this one.
So if we can open up with a question around, we were supposed to be opening up with questions around what are the benefits for biofuels, but I think we all understand what the benefits are. We're all here and we're all bought into the bioenergy agenda. So I'm going to start with a question around the challenges. What do we see the challenges and what do we need to overcome those challenges? We heard from Jeremy earlier that there is some great things going on in bioenergy, but it's just not fast enough. So what do we need to do to accelerate bioenergy deployment? So I'll ask all the panelists just one challenge and one thing we can do about it. Who wants to start?
Maria volunteered.
There you go.
Okay. For biofuels, I think advanced biofuel technologies, the challenge is the deployment, at least in the European Union, but I also see in the rest of the world. So the technologies do not take up as fast as expected, and the time is, the clock is ticking out. The time is running out. We are already close to 2030. There is 2-3 years to build a plant after the permit is obtained. So where are we? We have very small deployment of advanced biofuels, less than 1% in the EU, but the other experts here can say about the world. So that's a challenge. What we need to do now to overcome the challenge is to put a strategy there, a solid strategy. I saw in the EU there are bits of parts of strategies that can be identified under the various policy packets. I talked about the REPowerEU that helps the biomethane. I talked about the NZEA that helps also the biomethane, but also the other sustainable alternative fuels. And I also talked about the STEP, the Strategic Technology Europe platform, that gives to clean technologies, including the sustainable fuels, advanced biofuels and renewable fuels. Together, it gives a focus that will be supported within these 160 billion that the STEP foresees. But what I see is a challenge to put them all together and to make a clear strategic roadmap that will get us from point A, where we are at here now, to point B, where the policy, the EU policy drives, like the RED III, like the ReFuelEU, like the FuelEU Maritime. Policy is not enough. We need the strategic roadmap.
Jeremy, do you want to respond to that? Oh, okay, well, we can use that microphone for the time being.
Sure, yeah, I'll just build on that. Absolutely, we need deployment, but prior to deployment, we need further technology R&D through demonstration. We need the technology proven, and there's still many technologies that haven't been sufficiently proven at scale. So it goes hand in hand. Thank you.
Jeremy, over to you. You were very keen to jump in there.
So I agree completely with these 2 points. I was not countering these other points. But if we're looking globally, one of the pieces I think that really needs to happen is expanding production of biofuels to lots of different markets around the world, learning from what we've done in the EU, in the United States, and in Brazil. And I'll use India as an example. So India ramped up ethanol supply from around 1 or 2% to coming close to 12% in just a 4 or 5 year period. Biodiesel in India is almost non-existent right now, but there's a lot of potential there to use cooking oil and other residues to accelerate production there. And that's something that other regions in the world have done. And even on the ethanol supply side, learning from countries like Brazil, there's ways to make that production more efficient, integrate technologies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So this piece around advanced technologies, I agree, but there's also more that can be done with what we already know around the world.
So if I have to identify maybe 2 challenges. So, so I agree that acceleration is a challenge, but we have to be clear that, for instance, in France, bioenergy is the first source of renewable energy currently. So the situation is maybe not that bad as other renewable energy. And so first challenge is that everybody sit together to discuss about this topic, because it's not only a question of energy, but it's a larger question. And second challenge is what is called territorialization. So it's the declination of a national plan at a local level. It's quite a difficult topic for all renewable energy, but it's a specific topic for bioenergy. You have really to take into consideration the specific situation of all facility consumers.
Thank you. And yes, I agree with my fellow co-panelists here. If I was going to jump out one, a big challenge that I see is really the marketing of bioenergy. There's a lot of misinformation out there, and I know IEA Bioenergy is looking to combat that issue as well. And I just think it is difficult to market because it's so big and complex, and there are so many things that people that are against biomass can latch onto. Like, they think bioenergy and they think we're just going to cut down trees. And it's hard to get into a very quick discussion about that. And then people think, oh, you're just burning trees. No, that's not it either. But again, it's hard to make that case very succinctly in, a marketing platform. So I think combating that misinformation and building support from consumers for bioenergy projects is a big issue as well.
Thank you. I totally agree with you, Ashada. I think that's the biggest issue that we're facing. There's so much negativity in the press, on all sorts of media networks around bioenergy and how it's bad for the planet. So I think that's the really biggest one. Mark, you got a view?
Yes.
What's the biggest challenge and what do you need to overcome it?
Well, I think, thank you very much for the opportunity. In Brazil, I believe that we have one of the main challenges is energy prices and fuel prices. This is a very sensitive topic. Although we have RenovaBio, as I mentioned, to drive and to orient this tendency and this perspective of reducing carbon intensity using biofuels, we have in practice here a society and a government and always worried about fuel prices, and every short impact in this signifies not a turnaround, but some challenges to advance even more with our policy of using more and more biofuels. So I think the challenge of prices in a country like Brazil, we don't have budget, we don't have $369 billion to put in as a IRA program in the US or the climate action budget. We don't have that money. So we need to deal in a market basis, in a free market basis market. So this is very challenging for us, because every time this imposes an inflation to the consumer, this goes back and we have these drawbacks, withdrawals in our tendency. Last year, we approved a tax reform on fuels that was in the opposite direction. We favored, and we see this in our energy balance of the last year, an increase of fossil fuels market in comparison with the previous year. So this is a challenge for us, the cost of energy transition. And we think and we know that for us, we have to pile up some policies. We have some different incentives coming from different perspectives. And we think that because we don't have budget, a specific budget for that, mandates are the best policy, and the challenge is to advance those mandates and in these policies in order to get this energy transition and the bioenergy production going forward and moving forward. That would be.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for this statements. I think linked to this question, what is the biggest challenge is what is the right policy approach to address this challenge? And maybe you could also focus on one, and Marlon, you just said one, you put gave a priority for mandates. Jim explained, well, you had mandates in the past, you have shifting the approach. So what's the view here? What's the best policy approach or to really to achieve something? Well, Oshada, please.
You know, I'm not going to say it's the best policy approach, but the first one that jumps to mind is something that's technology agnostic. That way it's fair across the board and relies on something that really equates all types of technologies, that's based on really sound life cycle analysis and refers to carbon intensity. So in Canada, we have the Clean Fuel Regulation coming out, and what it does is incentivize producers and importers of fossil fuels to lower the carbon intensity of the fuel they put out into the market. And it gives them choice on how they want to do it. And it's not just biofuels. You can do, you know, refinery upgrades, site upgrades, energy efficiency, things like that. But I think it puts bioenergy on a level playing field.
So I'll build off that, and I agree completely. The performance-based standards, emission, is this working? Are critically important. I'll add two pieces on the side, because we thought on the advanced biofuel side, I like these policies because it allows for advanced biofuels and it does provide that benefit. But for some of these newer technologies, I think you do need programs in addition, like carve-outs that we've seen in the EU in the Renewable Energy Directive, or in the Inflation Reduction Act. There are different pieces of tax credits for CO2 reduction or for hydrogen that can also participate. The third piece I'll add, if it's a jurisdiction that's just starting with policies, there is a pathway we've seen in other jurisdictions. You don't always start with GHG performance-based standard. It requires a bit of sophistication to get to that point. And so there can be a role, at least at the beginning, to start again with some of these mandates with the intention of moving into these performance-based. So it's a bit of a, for me, a bit of a journey across these pathways.
Yes, I think we have to admit the complexity of the subject, and it means that the energy policy and the energy and the financial help and the requirement also become. And I think you have to your goal. You have to specific for emerging projects or policy emission. And also need to maybe accept that some policies that are good at certain moments need to be changed, and you have to accept it's not that easy. Some will win, some will lose, but you have to accept that this is also a path, and maybe what you do now is not perfect, but it's a way the final goal. So not complexity, in fact.
Okay, I will say that we need to accelerate what is available now, and then to invest in the future upcoming technologies, as Jim said, because what the energy mix is today is different from what it will be in 2030 and very different from what it will be in 2050. So upcoming technologies that are emerging from research and innovation are vital for the future. I think we all recognize the complexity. We all recognize that it should be, the policies should be based on the performance, but I will put all the elements of the performance, not only the environmental, but also the economic, because what you do, it has to be in a cost-effective way, and also the social, it has to be, I mean, at least replacing jobs that are going to be lost because of this transition. So it should be a fair transition.
Marlon, do you have anything to add to this?
Well, this is perfectly aligned with we have in Brazil, because the perspective of having a cost-effective program is really in this renewable policy and in the Fuel of the Future program, because we want to have the least cost decarbonization possible, the broader decarbonization possible with the least cost for the society. So that perspective is really important for us. And I think that the main challenge is to drive this in a process that goes step by step, year by year, achieving results and giving trust to this perspective and to this process, and engaging all the stakeholders in the same way, because the detractors and the critics of our policy, the obligated parties that we have here in this in Renova Bio, for instance, they criticize that we are not achieving the necessary proportion of biofuels that the policy intended to, and so it is necessary to end the policy because it's not being effective, and this sometimes creates a vicious cycle in this process, and we have to be very aware of this and engaging in as I said, writing up some policies and some incentives, but always thinking about this perspective of doing it in a cost-effective way. But that's our main challenge.
I'll just give a response that combines the last two questions. We certainly didn't exhaust all the challenges to a bioenergy deployment and creating markets. So in addition to policy, we absolutely need policy, probably for a long time, to make the financial equation work. But in my own experience, I've realized there's not only the anti-bioenergy segment and concerns about sustainability. I think Oshada was referring to this. There's also a great lack of information, great lack of knowledge about bioenergy. It is complex, but there's just a large lack of knowledge among the broader community. There's great interest in clean technology and a net zero future, and it's easy to understand wind and solar, but there's a great amount of education that needs to be done, and among the general public, and then specifically among the financial community, because we need huge amounts of investment. And as an example, we're working hard to try to bring a broader education about the complexities, the opportunities of SAF to the financial community. And most of them just are unaware of it. They've heard of it, they think it's, it's interesting, but they just don't know much about it. So there's a huge education component that I think we need to do to make us successful.
Thank you, Jim. If we can move on to another area. In the presentations, in the previous session, we heard about huge volumes of biomass being required. We heard Jim talking about billions and billions of tons, and Oshada as well, and Jeremy talking about huge amounts. And so one of the key things is how are we going to move all this? How are we going to mobilize all this biomass? And let's face it, some of it is quite wet, quite moist. The wood has 60% water. How are we going to mobilize that to a point of conversion or a point of use? What are the challenges in that sector? Does anyone want to respond to that?
Yeah, I'll echo those challenges. It feels like a lifetime ago, but I started my career working in a cellulosic ethanol producer, or I guess an R&D company. And when we were trying to go commercial to really bring down the cost per unit, it was increasing the economies of scale. And when we looked at the logistics of the amount of trucks we needed to bring in and out of the facility, it just wasn't possible to feed the reactor. And so we started looking at different things like drying it, pre-processing it in another location, but then you're just adding more energy to the feedstock before it gets even into the process and being converted to a fuel. So I don't know if I have a great solution. Maybe also the biohubs approach, where not one company or one company is doing everything in terms of feedstock collection, transportation, and conversion, but you have, one expert that's doing the collection, that's doing, maybe some initial upgrading of that feedstock, and then transporting it to another player who is the expert in that conversion. And then maybe that's one solution, but it's a tough problem, and I'm curious to hear what the panelists have to say.
Another component to it. I mean, a key piece of this is the measurement and knowledge of these different supplies. Like some jurisdictions have great information, like the United States, but we don't always have that collectively in different areas to understand where some of those feedstock supplies may be that are easier to mobilize. We've looked a bit more closely at the liquid biofuel feedstock side and what types of things would be needed to grow that side. So I'll share some of that. I mean, there's really four main things. One is improving agricultural systems so that you're getting some of the yields across countries that are at that more efficient level. So you're actually improving some of the systems you already have in place. The second was improving the collection of things like used cooking oil and animal fats. These things already exist around the world. We use it a lot. Lots of companies have figured out the tricks of collecting it. And so sharing those practices around the world. Third piece is on marginal land and really starting to learn how to grow some of these crops on those marginal land and the business cases and models to do that in a sustainable way. And then the final one comes back to these advanced technologies. But there too, where we're seeing some of the biggest growth now is where, as you mentioned, where some of these this collection problems already been solved. So at sugar ethanol plants, for example, is where we're seeing there's something like near 30 new plants that are being planned around the world. And that's because that feedstock supply channels issue's already been solved. And so looking for those places where that problem's a bit easier.
Jim, go ahead while Christophe's speaking. Just to expand on what Oshada was referring to, beyond the feedstock collection, there's the hub concept of actually doing distributed processing to intermediate levels. And so I think that's a model that needs to be fully developed, that you might get to a biocrude or a bio oil and perhaps from a lot of different locations transfer that to an existing refurbished refinery, for example. There's a lot of merit that needs to be further explored, optimized.
I will answer in the classical way, meaning we should invest in research and innovation, and we have been doing that for years. The answer could be decentralization of parts of value chain. So as you said, we should not carry the water in long distances, and we've seen BTL plants have failed just because of that. The huge amounts of feedstock to be carried to the central place. So perhaps a way is what we have pushed forward through the work programs, the intermediate bioenergy carriers, meaning, okay, you put some energy, but perhaps with combination with other renewable energy sources, you come at a cost-efficient way of concentrating the energy in a bioenergy intermediate, and then you carry less volume and more energy to a centralized plant where the final conversion is made. And that could be, of course, customized according to the local conditions. there should be done where the feedstock is available around, and then the conversion can be done in a more central way where you don't need to have all this biomass concentrated around. But this needs again come back to the first thing that I said, it needs a strategy. A strategy taking into account national and local and regional conditions, and a lot of analysis. And of course, I would also add digitalization, new ways of seeing where's the biomass, how to mobilize it, and modernization.
Yes, one of the challenge we have is that we have both to take into consideration that we will have more biofuel and more biogas in a system where there is less fuel and less gas. And so it means that, for instance, if we look at the gas network, it means that maybe it will not be the same in the future, and the way it works will not be the same as today. And this has to be taken into consideration when you think about your strategy and the way to implement big or small producing system.
Thank you. Marlon, you've obviously got lots of experience of moving vast quantities of biomass around to single big production facilities. Last I saw was facilities in excess of 400 million litres of ethanol production. So are there any tips you can give us around moving large quantities of biomass around in an efficient way?
Well, that's the main challenge. Yes, we believe that in order to fill the gap that Jeremy put to us regarding the needs that we have for bioenergy and biofuels for 2030 in comparison with what we have now, I think that what Maria mentioned is very important, that we need to put intelligence, we need to put R&D in order to have this the assessment of the areas in environmental, in agroecological zoning of the areas that we have around the world that are fit to produce sustainable biomass, because the demand for sustainable biomass will be enormous, will be gigantic. And in order to do that, we need to put science, we need to put efforts. We did it in Brazil with the agroecological zoning for sugarcane and for palm oil and for palm trees in the Amazon region. We have this agro zoning that is very important and define the proper and suitable areas to produce this biomass sustainably. So I think that we need to address this challenge by doing this around the areas that are suitable to produce this biomass. I think that's the best approach to engage, and not just forbidding areas or deforesting or something that is not knowing and not taking into account the reality of countries and areas around the globe that did not advance their agricultural areas and did not advance their agricultural production until now. So we have to put science in this.
Okay, thanks a lot, Marlon. We would like to open now also the floor for inputs and comments from the audience, please.
Yeah, thank you for the discussion. As an economist, I have a question about the incentive policy through the EU or other countries. Actually, there is no such policy that one size fits all, right? But in the case of EU, Corsia and CBAM and that kind of carbon reduction regulation actually can affect a lot to other countries. For example, South Korea actually have a big industry in terms of airplanes, tourism. So we concern whether we can cope with this coming very effective policy. My question is that, for example, Brazil got a CBio. So I mean the certificate policy for biofuels. Also, United States got RFS with combined with the RINS, RINS, renewable identification numbers, right? So each country has different criteria for producing biofuels. So in the case of Brazil, I heard that carbon intensity is one important criteria to give different weights or credits on the production of biofuels. Also, I think RINS also got very, I think, various criteria. So my question is whether, so different country got a different criteria for issuing the certificates. Then I wonder if EU will accept those different certificates from different countries, because South Korea also considers to make a certificate market for bioenergy. Yeah, this is my question.
Okay, I think that was a direct question to you, Maria.
Okay, well, for the certification, the EU has 13 voluntarily certification schemes. So these have been accepted, and then the certification should be done according to these schemes. There is a verification against this certification. So it's just the auditor looks at the certifications and this sees if it complies. So when it is done like this, the product is accepted in the EU. Now, if you wonder for the various non-harmonized, let's say, sustainability criteria that exist, I can just say that the EU issues these sustainability criteria as a result of the policies that the EU puts forward. So they have to apply, at least for SAF, if we take the example of SAF, to the fuels that are loaded in planes that are taken off from the EU airports. Now, I'm not really into the details of that, but we also participate in CORSIA, where we discuss those greenhouse gas emission savings criteria, etc., for the biofuels. But then it is on for the international, let's say, market, not for the EU market. Now, if you are wondering whether you can export biofuels to the EU, this has to be done according to the certification schemes that are in place.
Yep. Thank you. Just you or please.
Hi guys, thanks. Zoe Harris, University of Surrey, United Kingdom. I have maybe a bit of a wide question. Ashada, it was really interesting to see you talk about AI in your modelling, and obviously AI is the flavour of the month. It's like the capacity it has and the capabilities are increasing massively day on day. So I was just curious, a question to the panel: do you see AI being an important part of the future of bioenergy in terms of maybe overcoming some of those technological barriers? Any thoughts?
So, who wants to respond? Are you all nodding, or? Oh.
Certainly, that's a great question, and you're right. It is the flavor of month, so it is easy to say. Of course, there's no limit on what AI can do, and truth be told, that is my opinion. Our lab, Net Energy VRN, is doing a lot of fantastic work in this area, and I think I won't reiterate my entire presentation, but this feedstock availability is an issue that I think we need modeling and simulation. And anytime those two aspects are involved in analysis, AI just gives the ability to run countless simulations with relative ease. And I think just, the more data you can create and spit out and analyze, and the faster you can do it, it just makes it better. And even I think AI's applications in terms of conversion. So there's a lot of, analysis for the organic components of a biomass feedstock, and using AI to run those conversion pathways, or to, optimize the use of heat, pressure, acid, whatever you want to do to move that biomass to a bioenergy. I think just any type of simulation can leverage AI. And I hope to see more of it, that's for sure.
I can also share this with you that the AI has a role to play in the future. One example can be complemented that when you do co-processing, for example, of organic material with fossil material, AI can help identifying the organic carbon and then give the percentage of biofuel into the final product and then the credits, etc. And these are just small examples. Could be AI, could be also implemented in agriculture when there is a collection and the mobilization of biomass done with more modern ways and in all parts of the value chain. It is just too new for the sector, and the sector is too complex. But because if it is too complex, it has many steps in the value chain, I think AI will find its way to each of them.
Okay. Somebody want still to add, or I think key points are covered, or briefly?
Very brief. I'll just add that, of course, AI has a major role to play in increasing the efficiency of airplanes, aircraft, aerodynamics, and engine manufacturing. So they're working on their improvements as well, even though if you talk to, say, a Boeing, they will predict that the greatest portion of the greenhouse gas reductions to 2050 are still going to come from SAF as opposed to enhanced engineering. But both elements are important. But still, they see that more like 70% of the GHG reduction will come from, say, a SAF.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a question from the online audience, and I think there was another one in the audience over there. So if we can have some very quick responses now. Is there sufficient fertile land to grow biomass for all liquid energy needs? I think some of you touched on that earlier, but do you want to respond to that question? Jeremy?
Is there enough?
Is there enough fertile land to grow all the biomass for the liquid energy needs?
Not to go into our numbers. I mean, we'll get to, for liquid biofuels, I'll just give you where we get to. We get to around 13 exajoules of liquid biofuels, which provides maybe 20% of shipping and about a third of aviation reductions. And most road is coming electrification and hydrogen. So that gives you a sense of the scale of liquid biofuel production. Doesn't fully answer your question, but close.
I'll say there probably is enough land, but bioenergy producers won't have access to that land for a bunch of reasons, starting with, the misinformation about bioenergy, but then also very valid reasons such as sustainability, encroaching on farmland, encroaching on other industries that use it for feed. So simply put, no.
Okay. What, Maria?
Okay, this is a topic we continuously search. We issue studies and measure and remeasure, and we come to conclusions each time. I can say that because of the limitations we put in the technical potential exists, but what is the sustainable potential out of the technical potential that bioenergy can have access, as is very well said. This is, of course, limited, and that's why we put many technologies into the plate, not those that use only fertile land and crops, but for Europe now it moves to bio-waste, agricultural residues, forest residues, municipal solid waste, sewage sludge, and we put technologies like HTL, hydrothermal liquefaction, we put pyrolysis, gasification, whatever can deal with, let's say, low-grade biomass in order to cover the needs in the bioenergy role that it has to play in the energy mix.
So I think in Ashada's presentation, you talked about prioritization of biomass, and I think that's really important. What's the best use of biomass? Because I think we all know that there will be limited amount of biomass. We're not going to do all liquid fuels. We're not going to maybe do all petrol or diesel, but SAF and marine might be real hot topics, targets for us. So we need to prioritize how we use biomass. We did have one question over there.
Two questions, I think. This question is more directed to Jim. You mentioned that you are shifting the paradigm in the United States from mandates policy basically to tax incentives. So in this sense, I would like to know if you have some sort of idea at which level of the value chain you could see a bigger participation of private sectors, especially in terms of venture capital. So we know that in venture capital in the United States, a big sector, and its last years have been increasingly, it's been growing in many sectors. And I would like to know if you have seen that same trend in biofuels, and if not, why do you think there is?
Jim?
Certainly, there's a lot of venture capital going into developing conversion technologies and some of these early first commercial plants, as well as some big corporate investors like a Microsoft or an Amazon, fortunately, are coming to the table, both investing in plants as well as buying Scope 3 emissions. But we need a much wider swath of the financial community to invest in the replication and the build out of the commercial sector for sure. So it won't be primarily venture capital doing that replication, but there again is an area where I think we need tremendous effort on educating the financial sector and bringing them into gaining interest and confidence that bioenergy is worth investing in.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think there's one final question here. A brief one, please.
Yeah, thank you. Daniela Trin from Helmholtz Center for Environment in Germany. My last question is, we have heard a lot about how bioenergy can combat climate change, help us in the net zero future. My question to this podium is how big do you weight the risks that climate change might bring these bioenergy strategies in this order?
Okay, I think that's a question to everybody, and maybe you could combine your answer with your concluding remarks for each of the six in the panel, if you want to combine it. Who wants to give it a start?
I'm not sure I understood the question.
Yeah, me neither. What is the question exactly?
Daniela, you have maybe some questions that have difficulty to digest your question, it seems, which is a good question.
So my question was, on the one hand side, we are clear see the need for bioenergy to contribute to the net zero future to combat climate change. On the other hand, we see there's already climate change. And my question is, how do you weight the risks that this climate change is bringing problems to the bioenergy strategies we are all discussing here? So what might be the effect of climate change for the bioenergy in 2050?
Well, so Christoph wants us to start, and I think the others are happy.
Yes, so I think it can have an impact. And the answer is for every energy and not only bioenergy. So for instance, we already see some impact on hydro. We can have impact on nuclear fleet. And it's also true for bioenergy, and it has to be taken into account. It's not easy because it can change a lot from one year to another to the other. And this is a topic where some studies and some science has to be done, because if we have a factory that 1 year can't work due to a problem on the feedstock, what happens? And is it possible to stop? Do we have to import? Not that easy, but it has to be taken into account.
I think that's a fantastic question. In Canada, there is, we have a lot of issues with forest fires, and this is only going to get more prevalent and more severe as time passes. At least that's what the forecast is. So I think that's an important component. And I think if I was going to conclude, it would be that availability and accessibility will be an issue. Identification and prioritization of high impact uses are not necessary, they're mandatory. And then we need to roll out support from governments, from private industry to ensure that, you know, these bioenergies, biorefineries that have 20, 25-year lifespans will be able to be profitable for that lifespan with, you know, offtake agreements, difference in cost agreements, and just to make sure that there is economic viability for the lifespan of these plants and taking into account things like climate change.
Okay. Now, Daniela, I really understand your question, but I will give the positive answer to this, meaning that if we are talking about climate change causing forest fires, it is important to have forest management and then in place. And then this forest management creates a more sustainable potential for biomass. So it actually helps with putting in place more bioenergy into the energy mix to mitigate the climate change risks. What we need flexibility, I think. Again, I will say that we need flexibility and we need to adjust always the way we approach our energy mix with a portfolio of energies, not just technologies in a certain area, but a portfolio of energies that are climate neutral or lead to climate neutrality. And this will help us mitigate the risks at each area that will appear, and when they appear, each time. So by no means we have to stop our efforts in bioenergy or the other energies that are non-fossil and create climate neutrality. We should invest, but we should put them in a portfolio together with some intelligence to mitigate the risks that arrive each time.
So I agree, great question. And we're already seeing today some of these impacts. The areas that that we're following closely on the agricultural production side, changes in yields and those types of things are critically important. Forest fires have already been mentioned. Even on the biogas side, just the temperatures that the plants are operating within, we've heard that from a number of different countries that changes the way they operate the plants. And so this you know, how the degree of risk will depend on the ability to adapt and the flexibility within policies to these changes. And that I don't have a good sense on. You know, for concluding remarks, I mean, you've seen from the presentation, we're well off the path to expand bioenergy within this net zero pathway. But just in this discussion, which, you know, we have one challenge and one solution, we've basically touched on all the main barriers, and I think many of the solutions there. So we're off path, but I think we actually know a lot of the barriers and a lot of the things that need to be put in place to address them that would bring us closer to this net zero pathway. So I'll end on that more positive note.
So I think the other speakers have touched well on the impacts of climate change on biomass. And we saw a lot of those as we were trying to develop cellulosic ethanol technologies, the impact of climate on annual yields and feeds and that sort of thing. I'll just touch on a different aspect of challenges, and that is the competition for among all these different technologies. We need all these different technologies, but there's going to be competition for money, for investment, competition for just pure labor to build, and skills, and material resources. So we talk about the challenge of the best use of biomass. We're going to have this challenge across the board of the best use of all these resources, and I'm not sure who can optimize that challenge across all the clean technologies, but it's a challenge we have.
Marlon, do you have a view on this, the impact of climate change on bioenergy going forward? And then if you could just give a couple of concluding remarks.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Well, this is a very important question. Well, today we are facing the most severe drought in the Amazon region in a century. We are facing really challenging situation to the access of energy and and renewable energy to that region. So today we have some thermal facilities in that region that needs to produce electricity, and we are having some issues to get fuel to that region because the level of the Amazon River is too low today, and we are having a very tough situation. But more than that, I think that the climate change poses a challenge to the agricultural in a broad perspective to the whole world. And I think that we can combine the sustainability that we define. How do we define what is sustainable production of biomass? We have to combine the AI and the technology to have the assessment in a very dynamic way, because we don't know what would be an structural change in the patterns of agriculture and the patterns of climate and the patterns of rain in different areas. We don't know how this is going to be, if it is just an event or if it is a structural challenge for some regions. But we need to put science, we need to put AI, we need to put a big data perspective in order to access in a very dynamic way what is fit, what is sustainable to produce, and how it is sustainable, and how can we produce sustainably the biomass that we need. So I think we had very important questions. I agree that we don't have just one challenge, but we have many targets to reach, and we cannot give up. We need to put all the efforts that we have, the technology that we have, the knowledge that we have, in order to help each other, in order to help and to address those questions that will give the security that we are going to produce bioenergy in a sustainable way. That's my final remarks. Thank you.
Something to add?
Very quick.
Very fast on the importance of international collaboration. I was inspired from that, and it is important because we said it is a very complex area, the challenges are many, so international collaboration is important. And I'm glad to see that in next year in Sao Paulo there will be the Icarus project. The Icarus project is a Horizon Europe project where Brazil, China, India, Brazil, Canada and India participate, and this is on best practices for advanced biofuel technology deployment. And so this means that we need to share the knowledge, we need to help each other, as very well said, in promoting the technologies that can reply to the climate neutrality challenges.
Thank you very much, Maria. I totally agree, and I think everyone here would agree that international collaboration is important. That's why we're all here. So let me wrap up. First of all, thank you very much to for the questions from the audience, both here and online. Really insightful questions, so thank you. I think we're going to have lunch on the first floor where you walk through, and we're going to be back here by 1:30. Is that right? But I would just like us all to thank the panelists, the five here and Marlon online. Been brilliant. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Well, bye-bye. Thank you very much. You too. You too. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
The session brings us directly into the most interesting new themes of bioenergy.
Thank you. So we do have 5 speakers for this session. We are asking our speakers to keep hopefully
Recording in progress.
To around maybe 12 minutes, and we'll give you a warning when you're hitting 14 so we don't run over time. You've got 15 max per the guidance that Luc sent. And then we'll take questions after each of our speakers. So first I will introduce Marcus Millinger, who is from Chalmers University. Over to you, Marcus.
Yeah, thanks, Zoe. So I'll best sit down, I feel, because of the technical difficulties. Yeah, so I will present some work on well, how to prioritize biomass usage in the energy system. And this is work together with colleagues at Chalmers and also at TU Berlin. And yeah, if you want to read more about it, there is also a preprint that you will see later. But let's see if it works. Yeah. So as you all know, biomass is a limited resource, and there are a lot of trade-offs involved. But it's also a versatile resource that can be used all over the place in the energy system. Yeah, and the question, one big question is then how should we prioritize this limited resource? And another question is, because of these trade-offs, there are also forces to limit resources. For instance, for the new Renewable Energy Directive, it was proposed to exclude forest residues in the energy system. And the question is, what are the trade-offs involved in the energy system if we decide on to do this? And I think this is not enough understood, and I'm hoping to give at least some answer with this presentation. And the other thing is, what is a cost-effective usage of biomass, considering all of the variability in the system with solar and wind, for producing aviation fuels? So that's obviously one. Others talk a lot about firm generation, the need for firm generation in variable renewable energy systems. Obviously, industry, they demand hydrocarbons. And if, I mean, for instance, the EU and the UK have a net zero target for the whole economy, which means that the energy system probably has to go negative. So how can we supply that in the energy system, and how does it fit with prioritizing the different usages of biomass? Because obviously all of these options that we see here can, to some extent, or to different extents, be combined with carbon capture, but there are also competing options. So, and because it's a mixed audience, I'll start with takeaways. So we come to the result that removing biomass residues actually results in a 20% higher energy system cost. And I will fill in the details. And the main value of biomass in the energy system is actually rather carbon provision than the actual energy that it provides. It's also important, but it's not as important exactly what biomass is used for, as long as you take care of the carbon and capture it. Yeah, that's what that says basically. And so carbon capture strongly enhances the value of biomass. If you don't connect what you use biomass for with carbon capture, it reduces the value of biomass compared to capturing it. There is one exception here, and that's actually firm generation, which ends up not being run that much. And then it's not economical to combine it with carbon capture, but it's still a very valuable service in the energy system. But generally, the high capital expenditure of carbon capture leads to the system wanting to have high capacity factors, so high usage rates of the technology. And one final takeaway is that renewable chemicals and liquid fuels, that's the most challenging part of the system. So, and you'll see why. So just a few words on the modeling. We have used PIPESA EUR-SEC, which is a very strong model. It's open source, so you can check it out. So where we optimize both capacity and dispatch across all energy sectors. It has a very high spatial and temporal resolution. I mean, in the picture here, you see a very high spatial resolution. We could not afford that here because we have introduced a lot of competition, biomass competition in the whole system. So we had to reduce the spatial resolution to 37 nodes, which is still quite okay. And we had also a 5-hour temporal resolution. And these are overnight scenarios. So we're not looking at the journey there, but we're looking at a year where we are achieving the target. And in this case, we're focusing on a net negative target in the energy system. So minus 110%. And we also limit the amount of carbon storage that is allowed, because that also has a large effect on results. And as I said, biomass competes in all sectors with other options. For instance, for biofuels, we also have e-fuels, and for negative emissions, we also have direct air capture. Just shortly on the biomass assumptions. So we assume residues to be used. So that's the orange part here. So this is the cost supply curve for biomass. And then we can expand that by more expensive imports. And we assume that all processes that we have for using biomass, they exist both with and without carbon capture, and the model basically chooses how to use this technology. Yeah, and there's a substantial both infrastructure need, but also energy penalty for carbon capture that we assume. Just also as a primer in near optimal analysis, which is the method we're using here. So basically, we're looking at the feasible solution space around the cost optimum. So usually models present a cost optimal result, so which would be like the yellow dot here. And that's the least cost solution to achieve a certain emissions target. And in this case, on the y-axis, we have, for instance, the amount of biomass used. But in our case, we then allow a higher system cost, an epsilon, say 1% or 5%. And then we minimize or maximize a specific option, for instance, again, biomass, and see how sensitive the system is to this. And then we can end up with different feasible solution spaces. So in this case, it's a very narrow feasible solution space. So in effect, we have to use this technology, otherwise it becomes really costly. But it can also be very wide. So it doesn't really matter if we use this technology or not, because there are other options that can fulfill the same service. So then we get to the results. And we focus first on overall biomass usage in the energy system. And we see that in the cost optimal, least cost solution, we do have some 3,500 terawatt hours of biomass for all of Europe, which amounts to about 29% of the primary energy. And the rest is wind, solar, and a little bit of hydro. And this then entails quite a bit of biomass imports in our assumptions. It could also be supplied by domestic residues. We have assumed a medium scenario for domestic residues, but as you see, the high residue potential here is quite close to our optimum usage. But there is a lot of uncertainty and a lot of trade-offs involved here. Yeah, which can be discussed. And that's why we also analyze lower levels of biomass. So, for instance, if we limit biomass to current usage, that would be about 5% higher system cost, which is maybe not that much considering other trade-offs. But we also find that biomass can be excluded only at a 20% higher system cost, which is about 170 billion euros per year, quite similar to the defense spending in the EU. So it's a substantial amount, which I think one should be aware of when deciding about these things. And actually, we can remove wind power from the energy system at the same cost increase. And this, I mean, we are assuming residues, using residues. If we have upstream emissions associated with this biomass usage, then we do have, the system reacts quite sensitively to this, especially depending on how much carbon storage we assume. Then moving on to bioenergy with carbon capture. So in the optimal solution, we get about 900 megatons per year captured back, which is about 21% of the overall greenhouse gas emissions in Europe, well, 2021. So it's quite a substantial amount. And almost all biomass usage is linked to carbon capture. As I said, with one big exception, and that's firm generation, which is, we'll see later. We can also exclude biomass or biomass with carbon capture, so back at a 13% higher system cost. And in that case, we do have a lot more direct air capture. And if we do not use carbon capture, then this also reduces the value of biomass a lot. So at this point, we could remove biomass at a 5% system cost penalty. But then obviously we'd have to rely on direct air capture to provide negative emissions and carbon. We also find that we run sensitivities to this, and especially it's sensitive to what we assume for direct air capture costs. And we find that even though we do have substantial energy penalties and costs involved for BEC, it is still competitive to DAC as it's less costly, and so there's quite a strong competition going on there that may inhibit direct air capture deployment. So going into more detailed usage of, in this case, solid biomass, we see that in the cost optimum, we have like most of the biomass, solid biomass is used to produce, oh shit. used to produce biofuels, but we also see that there's a quite a large span of solutions already within 1%. So this leads us to conclude that it's actually not as crucial what we use the biomass for, as long as we connect the process to carbon capture. And just to, maybe this is the final slide, I guess. So this is the temporal resolution of all of this, and we see that there is a lot of variability in the system, a lot of wind and solar. So below zero, sorry. Above zero, we have the generation, electricity, and below zero, we have the consumption. And even though we do have a lot of flexible consumption, like electrolyzers and electric vehicles and vehicle grid and so on, we also assume like a base load. And this, to provide this, we do actually obtain quite a lot of firm generation capacity, which has the capacity to provide all of this base load. But it's barely used, so we have capacity factors of like 2 to 8%. So in the end, not a lot of biomass goes to this purpose, but it's a very important service. It's hard to get out of the system. And I guess I'll end there. I'm not quite finished, but thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Marcus. Do we have any questions in the room or online at all? Do we have any on? I don't know who's monitoring. Oh, yeah, go, Tillman.
Very short question. You use the term firm production, and actually I'm not sure what exactly you refer to.
Yeah, I think it's a term used in a lot of, especially US research on this. So variation management, you can also call it. So basically capacity that is there and can fulfill demand at any point in time. It's not variable, like weather dependent. Yeah.
Thank you. Yep.
You just talk about the capture, the CO2 capture, and you didn't talk about the storage. So you say BEC and not BECS. So I think it's quite easy to look at all the units using biomass for energy to see it's possible to put capture, but then you need to transport and store the CO2. Did you look to the location of this unit and if there is a match with the CO2 geological storage?
No, it's not that detailed, especially in that sense. So we assume a cost for this. Yeah, but that can definitely be improved. But it's not only storage. We have CCU and CCS. So that's why I say BEC, because it's used, recirculated in the system, the carbon, and used for negative emissions.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Marcus. Thank you for your questions. A round of applause again, please.
So, and we go ahead with our next speaker, Tilman Schildhauer. He is from Paul Scherrer Institute in Switzerland. He is a member of Task 44, and I think he will very well connect on the options with regard to flexible and carbon capture related bioenergy.
Yeah, thank you very much, Daniela, for the kind introduction. Yeah, many of the things you heard about of the services which you can do for the energy system. And I'm now trying a little bit to focus on the aspect of flexibility. Then one, the right one? No. Ah, the big green one. Oh, that was too big. Sorry. Okay, yeah. The challenges of the energy system is a kind of clear. We have this intraday mismatch in the electricity supply. PV comes in the middle of the day, and we are all using the evening, so we have a mismatch over there. We have a seasonal mismatch of energy supply, not only electricity, but energy supply. Also depending on in which altitude we are or which latitude, we would like to defossilize all kind of sectors, industrial heat, transport, aviation, ships, we heard all of that. And at the end, we need the negative emissions. And there's many options which we can do without even using biomass. I have to go closer, okay, thanks for the hint. So there are many options which we can use without even touching biomass. We should clearly be more efficient or even sufficient. There should be demand-side management. We can use hydropower to store or delay the water. Heat pumps, district heating, all kind of things we can think of. And we should also use all of that because we already heard several times this morning, there's not enough biomass for everything. So we definitely need all that. And biomass now is something which we can use on top of that. And the message which I would like to give here is actually, what can we do with biomass? Actually, this is our wild card. It's really valuable. So if you use it in a clever way, because we can use it for everything, all of these services, and we can, for most of them, we can decide when we use it and what for we use it. So this is really something you cannot do with most of the other renewable energy sources. So something which is very valuable, but we should make a clever use of that because we don't have enough biomass for everything. If you look a little bit into details, we heard it several times this morning, we can actually use biomass plants to actually supply electricity when there is not enough supplied by wind or PV or hydropower. We know that these machines are extremely fast. You can go up and down in minutes. I like to focus a little bit on is, it also means that we need storages. We need to be able to have the bioenergy stored. It's easy for pellets, for pyrolysis oil, but for biogas that we have this inflatable roof digesters, which allow us to store for several hours. That is quite useful. But on the other side, usually if we produce electricity, we also produce heat. And often we operate these type of systems according to the heat demand. But if you build heat storages like this hot water tower in Linköping, you actually can decouple the heat supply from the time when you produce electricity. And this is quite useful because that gives you the full flexibility, even more than if you just only rely on ramping up and down biogas plants. So the storing of the heat is one of the keys, which comes with an extra cost. The same as if I am storing biogas for some time, and maybe my engine is a little bit larger than it would need to be if I would operate on steady state. If you think a bit about the seasonal mismatch, it means we have to actually convert our biomass in something which can be stored and for which we have an infrastructure to store it and to supply it or to distribute over the landscape. And it's fully clear, we know how to do that for wood chips and pellets. Also pyrolysis oil is quite easy. We have a very good natural gas grid of most parts of Europe. So it makes sense to convert a lot of this biomass into the gas grid because something which we can do right now. It works right away. We have seen if for biogas, it's easy. We have just to separate the CO2. If you do gasification, then we have to do methanation. There was a Gobi gas project. There was a European project, WS30. We will hear this afternoon from ENGIE about new things. And in future, when we have hydrogen infrastructure, also hydrogen definitely would be one of these energy carriers which are useful to produce. By the way, the color code of these arrows is actually green is what is already happening. Yellow is what works, but has not a business case yet. And red is the things which are somewhere on the way around pilot scale at the moment. Actually, what I showed is that we have to remove CO2 if you produce these energy carriers. It has to do with the fact that biomass contains oxygen, the energy carriers don't contain oxygen, the oxygen has to go somewhere. And usually it's CO2, which we have to take out and we give it to atmosphere. Or we add hydrogen and actually can convert all the carbon into more of our energy carriers, which we would like to do. And then we actually get out the oxygen in form of water from the system. And that is actually quite a clever way to use electricity in, let's say, in summer when we have too much of it. And I'm even would exaggerate or put it to the point that we say, if we don't do that, if we don't create a value from electricity, then these large capacities of PV and wind, which we need to supply the energy system, will not be built, because it will be times nobody needs electricity, no value creation, then no investment. So I think biomass can be a really important role as an enabler to get these high capacities of PV and wind. What you also can see immediately is that needs some flexibility, because most probably we will have this electricity not all year, but only during parts of the year. So we need also here technical flexibility that the plants can actually operate sometimes with hydrogen addition and sometimes without. Then we would like to defossilize everything, chemical industry, heavy transport, aviation fuels. Then it's clear we need a lot of liquid fuels. That could be right away Fischer-Tropsch diesel, that could be methanol, intermediate for all kind of chemicals or jet fuels, all these type of things. Many, many technologies. And again, you see with many of these chemicals and fuels, you have the option to add hydrogen when you have it. Or if you don't have hydrogen, you can actually take out CO2. Actually, you have to take out CO2. It's part of the process already. It's already in the investment cost, which we have for this type of process. So you get the CO2 in principle for free. And that actually allows us to do a lot of negative emissions just from these processes. You could also pick up CO2 from these combustion processes, like I show at the end when we produce electricity and heat. And you could also actually convert all biomass into biocoal, where you then actually put the biocoal on a certain place, which is also kind of a negative emission, which you actually can do at many places, not only at very specific CO2 sites. And what we always should never forget, and Oshada also showed that wooden buildings is one of the most wonderful way, or the material use of biomass, one of the most wonderful way of biomass sequestration. So we have really, really many options. We can also see that sometimes we can add hydrogen, sometimes not. Then we can remove CO2. That actually allows us to build plants, which in some of the year offer the service of taking up surplus electricity and producing more of the biomass or energy carriers. And other times you can actually use the same plants when you don't have hydrogen and separate CO2, which then available for negative emissions. So actually we can build plants which are very flexible for both services. And we did a cost calculation for that based on a relatively small biogas plant, where you would in some time of the year you would just separate the CO2 by a membrane, and the other year, part of the year, you would actually add hydrogen, do methanation, power to gas. But we found out, depending on what is the value of the CO2 and what is the spread of the electricity cost between the lowest price, let's say in summer, and the highest price in winter, you get quite a different number of or shares of how much of your time you do the one or the other. In the extreme case, we had half a year negative emission, half a year of power to gas, depending on how these conditions are. So many things which we could do. What should we use that for? Marcus already gave part of the answers. Also, Oshada this morning showed quite interesting results, which I really appreciate a lot. I made a little bit my thoughts. I think it's a kind of clear, and many people thought there is no one fit all. So we have very strong regional difference. It's a big, big difference. Which biomass do I have? What is my landscape? Can I transport that easily? Is this Scandinavian we are used to transport a lot, or is this Central Europe? Am I close to a harbor where I can import things? Is really, really different. Also the times which we have. And then what else is there in the energy system locally? Because we're not transporting all of the biomass around. As we heard this morning, there's a lot of water in that. Often enough, you don't want to transport that. In Switzerland, where I come from, wood chips, in principle, you don't want to transport more than 50 kilometers from the forest to the plant, not more. That gives you a complete different size of what you do in Scandinavia, just as an example. So then if you have already district heating, or you don't have a district heating, it makes a big, big difference on what you should do with the biomass. And if you have a gas grid, does it contain methane, or already in 20 years, that could be actually already filled with hydrogen? So there's big, big difference what you should choose for. Is there somewhere an electrolyzer around which is happy to produce more and give you some hydrogen in summer? Is there maybe a waste incineration plant which anyway has to get rid of CO2 and offers you the CO2 logistics? So it's completely depending on the local things, because biomass is not so easy transportable. Then we have variations in time. We have this example which I mentioned. You could build a plant which some part of the year does power the gas, and the other or power to X, and the other part of the year does BECCS. And there could also be, if you think about the change of the energy system, a typical example is the gas grid is already there. There is methane. There are many appliances at the moment which work with fossil natural gas, cars or domestic heating. We could just defossilize right away if you now produce biomethane actually and inject it. But maybe in 20 years we want to slowly get rid of that, also get rid of domestic heating based on gas. But maybe your plant is still there, but maybe based on a gasification, then you might want to be able to turn it into a hydrogen production plant. So we should think about these things. Then the last thing is about market regulations. Incentives clearly needed because as I try to show, things cost a little bit more. So we need incentives and clever market regulations. But given this big variety of the local region, of the local boundary conditions, we should make sure that regulations are not created for one certain situation and then they don't fit for all the other ones, so that we don't block certain technologies in certain regions. And that brings me to my last slide, hopefully still in time. Okay, biomass is a wildcard. We can do all kinds of system services, peak demand, seasonal storage, and negative emissions. Again, I would like to point out, I think to really enable large capacities of PV and wind, we need value creation for that, and biomass, or actually the CO2 from biomass, would be a perfect starting point. So I see here a clearly enabling role. We talked about the market regulations. There's still technology development to be done, so we need to be more flexible. As I mentioned, we should also be more efficient in small scale, because most of the technologies are really efficient in large scale, but in small scale not. So we should work on that. It's actually something I'm going to do tomorrow when I'm back, or continuing. And then there's the modeling. If you want to make the things more flexible and we want to understand what's the flexibility of this helps of the system, the flexibility should be represented correctly in the models. Otherwise, we will never learn about it. And yeah, as I mentioned, most probably the optimal solution is very different from place to place. And with that, I would like to thank for your attention. Very last advertisement, the Task 44 has a best practice homepage where you can see real plants which at least try to realize some of the aspects I mentioned so far. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Tilman. Oh, I'm still using for the quite clear overview on the technologies and options. Are there questions? Axel. I think I'm... Yes, it's another one.
Okay. Thank you for that very nice presentation. Oh, no. Okay, thank you very nice presentation. I'm glad you touched the aspect of the role of biomass and how it can change over the transition. So something that we would need today might be different in 10 years. But understanding that these are time scales that might be much shorter than the running and operational time of a plant. Have you considered these facts, and might there be the need to actually support this kind of transitional flexibility in terms of incentives?
Yeah, so we have a little bit thought technical about it. I mean, if you, let's say you have a biogas plant, as long as there's a gas grid, you produce biomass and it's very easy. If it is gone, then you have the choice either go into LNG, and first it's the liquid form. So if the gas grid is either gone or it's filled with hydrogen, or you have to think about then adding a steam reformer, which just would add costs. If you think about a gasification plant, you might think already from the beginning, maybe for the next 10, 15, 20 years, I produce methane, so you put a methanation. But what should I have, or what I should at least prepare the plant that maybe one day I want to put their water gas shift and rather run than an hydrogen production from that. But then already more or less in the next investment cycle, we have to think of how should we build the plant differently and at least prepare things that we are not completely locked, that we can do easy adaptations. And to be honest, I think we need also to prepare that, because otherwise nobody will invest in technologies that we can use already tomorrow, because people are afraid that these changes come faster than typical depreciation time of such a plant, and they're not going to invest again. And again, we are locked. So we should think in a very dynamic way. It's like if you're on a highway, you always think ahead, what happens next? How should I behave? And this is what we should do also with our investment, our technology development.
Okay, there would be time for a very short second question.
Any online?
Yeah, maybe. Is there an online question? No. Okay, so it's good to hear, Tilman, all the open points are solved. Thank you very much.
Perfect, thank you. And now it's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Christiane Hennig, who is from the Department of Biomass in the Energy System at the German Biomass Research Center. So Christiane, over to you.
Thank you, Zoe. Can you hear me loud and clearly? Excellent. So with my presentation, I want to give you some insights what we are doing at IEA Bioenergy directly in terms of BECCS and BECCS. So I'm super happy to have all these previous speakers that already gave you a glance of this, how valuable CCS or also CCU can be. So the idea is to give you really an overview on our activities and also some findings and results that we have within the studies that we're doing. So what we can see is that most of the governments or many of the governments see CCS as one of the part of the strategies to really go to the net zero road down the road. So this is really on the agenda. And this brings, of course, the question how to facilitate this and how to actually go into deployment. And this is also the core of our activity that we are doing. What I put here is that just to differentiate on one thing, because for many things also they hear CCS, CCU, so we are talking about BECCS, so it's bioenergy plus CCS, so it's not the fossil. I think this is also something very important because only with this we can get our negative emissions that we want. As you see on the right-hand side of the graph, I think it's really a good graph if someone wants some explanation from the outside world of bioenergy to explain where the difference is between BECCS and the other CCS applications. Coming back to our carbon removals, so there are two main CDR methods that you can see here. They're often referred to as natural or technological methods, but this is also still under debate. Some say it should be rather more ecosystem-based service or geochemical services, and this is something that is still under research. So what is BECCS as one of these carbon removal technologies? So what we can see that there is a lot of backup in the morning already that was mentioned many times. I chose here the example of the European Commission. So you can see here that this BECCS and related DACs has been also taken up also by the Commission in their communication of sustainable carbon cycles, that this is one of the activities that should be supported under carbon removals. So it has been an acknowledgement not only on a national level in some countries in Europe and also worldwide, but also on EU level. And I just wanted to point this out again. So this brings us to where we stand with our work at IEA Bioenergy. So our motivation was, if we have now so many of these scenarios and so many of these plans, so actually we need this deployment. And there is this gap between I have a plan and I want to have it implemented. So what we want to do is that we want to provide guidance. So how can you do some transition? And here we have an approach that we, on the one hand, want to gather a group of experts, or we did this, of course, who are involved in these first of its kind projects. So that have either the contact to the companies or the setup of governments, or they are representing the company or having the linkage. And on the other hand, having like the whole picture of what would it mean to implement an CCS in the system. So this is the second part of this analysis that we were doing. So, and all together, this of course should help to support for good governance, so that, you know, these are the options These are the options that are now at the projects. These are maybe the future options. And these are the obstacles and challenges to integrate it into the energy system. This brings us back now to our IEA Bioenergy activity. I thought it would be really worthwhile to show it to the audience. So this is the setup of IEA Bioenergy. Our work is related to different technology options and on system options, and then this is grouped in different tasks. As you can see here, maybe I try to use the pointer. So these are the different circles: system perspective, going down then to conversion and technology and resources. And I just wanted to show you, when we're talking about BECCS, you can see that many of these tasks, like mostly all of them, are related or needed for realizing deployment of BECCS. So the activity is coordinated by Task 40, which I'm part of and co-leading. It's bio-based deployment, and we're having this BECCS Intertask project. But all these tasks that you see here that are circled red, they're participating. So you need all of these different actors to realize this topic. So how is the project structured? We already started in 2019, so it's running already for some time. And we divided it in 2 phases. So you can see this here. So these are just some few information on the project itself, but just that you see that there is a history. So we're at the phase 1, and in phase 1, we started with first case studies and system studies, and then we're moving to phase 2, seeing, okay, these are some further technologies that need to be considered, or new projects were coming up, and further system questions are appearing. This is not that I want to now show you how nicely we structure work packages. I kept this in the presentation to basically show you something else, and this is the link to other actors and related TCPs, and I thought this is worthwhile telling also that you saw it from the previous speakers. So we don't only need IEA Bioenergy, we also need the others. So this is like greenhouse gas emissions, this is energy system modeling for integrating it into the energy system. They are looking into more biorefineries or industrial technologies. So it just shows the complexity of this topic when you want to make it run and deploy CCS. So this is the overview, that you get an idea of which technologies we are having on board at the moment. Sorry, I wanted to have this. So this is from the phase 1. You see that we covered here a lot on also electricity production, bioethanol and waste. And now in this current one, we look into gasification and more also into technologies that are maybe at some cases also lower TRL. Also here we have some cases that are maybe need some modeling. So we were trying to rely always on current projects that are running, but we also need some modeling. So and this brings me to this project, just to give you an idea what is out there. Sorry. I just want to, so these are, I call it project examples, but just this tells that we have these different companies either on board with an IEA Bioenergy, or we have good linkages. So we are able, as sample cases, to show how they're realizing it. As an example, I was adding here the current project of REWE. So they are doing currently restructuring of the Ammer plant and Emshaven, and they're planning to construct a capture unit. And the construction is supposed to start in 2025, and operation is expected in 2029 and 2030. And they both combined of these power plants, they want to have a capture rate of 11 to 14 million tons of CO2 per year. So this is going to, if they realize it, a really huge project. And this is just one of the examples. So what we can see in the last 1-2 years, suddenly there are more and more activities are coming up, and this makes our work even more really needed to give this guidance for transition. So this is my last slide. I divided it into like sets of key levels, 2 pillars. The one is the policy. We saw it all the time. We need the policy. What we saw so far is that at the moment we have clusters appearing. So we have some countries that are really proactive both in their policy, then of course linked with the industry to move ahead with doing tendering, with giving investment funds. And then these clusters, sometimes they're also, in the case of Scandinavia, I listed here as an example with Denmark, Sweden and Norway, then they also get closer together. And then you also see that also smaller companies join and also are interested in CCS. So you have these clusters appearing. And then I put it on the technology and energy system level, and it links very nicely to the two presentations that we heard before from Marcus and Tillman. The first that we see from our case that we're seeing, you really need these models for on-ground deployment. You need business cases, because many companies that are then supposed to do the carbon capture, they still see the option of utilization. So the question is often out there to utilize or to store, but this is rather a business model for them. So if we want to have storage, they need then the guidance and the support by the government. So this is the key issue if you want to go for this. So if it's attractive or via the carbon credits, then of course you will see more storage. But this is just to make aware of this, that there are many things with the CC. That's why I liked it with what Marcus did, that he stopped after the CC, just to say there is more than to look at. So that is challenging, because maybe you don't end up where you want to be. And the last thing I wanted to highlight is this complexity. And this, I think, also Tillman showed. So when you really want to have the CCS, you also have to realize that there are many other things needed by the energy system and also maybe provided by bioenergy. So if you go for flexibility, then maybe you will have less, or most likely you will have less carbon captured, because your plant is not running like full load hours. So you will end up with a different capture rate. So you have to be aware of what would this mean. So in the end, we are now increasing even complexity. So bioenergy is super complex. It has been. And now I think with this, we are even entering some more, but I think the value question will help. So I think if we add value to these different activities, so if the carbon has the value and we think we're moving to a carbon economy, then I think BECCS is something that will be linked there. And if we add value to flexibility, it also answers. So I think it's rather also fact to more research. So this was all, I think, I know I went over time. So the last slide is also just some advertisement. So if you're interested, you can see the first reports of what we were doing, or the case studies that are out and the first system considerations. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Christiana. It was perfectly to time. Do we have any questions in the room or anybody online? It was very clear. Oh, yeah. Do you want to? There's one next to you. Just there.
Yeah, thank you for the nice presentation. My question is with regard to the different case studies. Do you think you get a broad enough overview on the case studies, or do you see there, let's say, there are additional upcoming concepts which needs more consideration from your point of view?
Thank you very much. A very nice question, because I think we need both. We would be happy to have even more global coverage. So you saw it's also a bit European driven, my presentation. So we do have a lot of information from the US, what is really helpful, and our US colleagues in our task are doing a really good job and presenting their bioethanol activities. But this is something that we definitely should look into, this more country coverage. In terms of technologies, I think we're doing really well. We are covering rather many concepts, and I think the number of concepts that we're covering so far is maybe a question of capacities. So to cover all of them is just like it takes a while. And we already identified that we definitely should go into biorefineries as well. We identified it already for now, but we just need more time to move to this. And also what we discussed the last days, also biochar should be definitely something that we should mention there and look into this further. And we do have the experts in our group at IEA Bioenergy, and something that we already identified. So we have already kind of drafted the next project in our head. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? I may ask you a very quick one because we're a little bit ahead of time.
Of course, sorry.
So I was involved in this process, so I'm familiar. I guess from the different case studies, do you have any sense of how much these industries are talking to each other about how they are going to get a business case together?
Yes, in clusters they do and start. So if it's a region, we just recently had a workshop. Also, this was someone who's interested. There was a workshop on small and large scale combustion combined with CCS or CCU. And there it was like very, I think, an easy process for our partner in Denmark to get the people together at one table. So people are connected when they're in their clusters and they're working together. So it was like a group from, again, Sweden, Norway, Denmark that was on the spot. The others were, of course, then connecting, but they were all present. So they were all joining the event in person. And if you're in a cluster, then it is there. Outside the cluster, I think it's more challenging if they leave it there. Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Christiana. Oh, is it very, very quick? Very, very quick.
Yeah, my quick question is, we might categorize into CCS, CCU, and CCUS. Mm-hmm. So can you compare which one is better in terms of the cost effectiveness?
Oh, cost effectiveness. Well, this is what we mean with business case. So if you have like good pricing with the carbon, then with the carbon credits, I think then most of them would go for the storage. I think this is the answer. But before, like a few years back, most of them would have gone in utilization. So I think it's really the value of the carbon is the key. But we see now more moving into CCS. But it's again something, also some regional issue. So some say, oh, why should I do the S? The U is super because I have the industry around me. So they take my carbon, and it's also something I can do. So if they get a certain price from the industry around, they don't care about the carbon credits they see, because sometimes it's easier for them to do this because this would be a new field of operations. This is we see from smaller actors.
Thank you very much, Christiana.
Yeah, following this quite nice discussion, I think this is a perfect introduction of our next speaker, Christopher Gaelic. He's a professor at North Carolina State University, and we should see him in a second at the screen.
Can I just have...
Okay.
Can you see me?
Oh, we hear, yeah, now we see you. Can you see us too?
I can see you and I can see me seeing you.
Okay. So thank you very much for joining us here and bringing the insights in on carbon accounting and backwards value chains. The floor is yours.
Okay. Oh, so that answers my question. How is the presentation going to be going? Are you advancing it from your end, or how should this work?
As far as I understood, you just say next slide, right?
Okay, that works. So I apologize for not being able to be there in person. I was in Zurich last week and couldn't, unfortunately, extend the stay, but I really appreciate the invitation. I'm going to be speaking for just a few minutes this morning on carbon accounting. This work comes from some work in biogenic accounting we've been doing with biomass, generally speaking, for over a decade and a half. But a lot of the specific things you're going to see here comes from a report that we worked on with the Energy Futures Initiative last year. And so I just want to acknowledge the work by Robert Apt, Ann Bartuska, and Justin Baker, who may have worked with some of you in the past. So the first thing that I'd like to mention is this was the title that was provided, and I think it works. The only change I would suggest is if you could advance the slide, please. is that I tend to refer things in the BECS context, and that is just shorthand. It's an unfortunate shorthand, but I find myself slipping back to that. So just for the purposes of today's talk, please consider this to be an all-encompassing term, including both the capture for use as well as for storage purposes here. Next slide, please. So a lot of the work that I'm going to speak to was informed by things we did several years back, and this has to go to the heart of biogenic accounting, which I think, again, for BECS is incredibly relevant. And for example, we did some work, the analysis that went into this is probably about 15 years old at this point, but we were looking at some of the accounting driven changes we were seeing in the literature and in the popular media about the influence of bioenergy on greenhouse gas emissions. And what we decided to do was to use singular model output. So we generated using a forest model of the Southeast United States to generate changes in forest composition. And that includes both the extent of forest, but also the types of forests that are being managed and how intensely they're being managed in response to an increase for bioenergy in the US state of Virginia. And what we decided to do was parse those data based only on geographic scope. So we shocked the system with an increased amount of bioenergy demand, and then we simply looked at, depending on different perspectives, how that would add up in terms of net emissions or sequestration. And we looked at that across several different levels. We looked at it at the individual forest stand level. We looked at it at the individual landowner level, and that's, you can see this really dark, this county that's in Eastern Virginia, that's about, the forest in that area is about what we would consider to be a large landowner. We looked at a supply shed, so a wood shed, so the amount of area that would be feeding a particular facility, that's that darker gray area. And then we accounted for it at the state level. So what would the landscape level implications be of an increase in demand? Next slide, please. And then all we did was both look at the scale, the differences across scale, but then we also said, well, what if these bioenergy facilities needed to report a singular number? So rather than having to report something that was different every year, they had to somehow compress all of their emissions and sequestration into a singular number that captured, say, 15 years or 30 years of emissions or sequestration. So there's different ways to account for those numbers and throw them together. What we found was that singular scenario, depending on how you accounted for it, including both how you crunched the numbers and the geographic extent that you included in your calculations, was either a net emissions, and that's above zero here, or a net reduction, and that's very much below. And you can see that this very much changed. Actually, I flipped that. I'm sorry. So a net greenhouse gas benefit, which is above zero, or net emissions, which is shown here as below zero. This was in a carbon debt context. And what you can see here is that if you're doing it at the landscape level, that the system actually showed small but beneficial greenhouse gas outcomes. If you're accounting it at the forest plot level, that's far right here, it's showing very strong carbon debt, very negative outcomes from a greenhouse gas mitigation standpoint. And that is something that continues to influence my thinking in a lot of this. And if you can go to the next slide, please. Because when it comes to BECS, this is not necessarily an easy thing to do, not only for the cost of the technology, but the associated infrastructure, be it pipelines and storage, and then all the regulations that need to be either interpreted or actually written in order to implement it. And so I strongly believe this, that as first and foremost a strategy for deep decarbonization, that any attempt to expand this will require confidence in the greenhouse gas mitigation potential associated with this use. And I think that applies to both the scientific side, what we as the scientific community see to be the case, but also treatment under relevant policy. And I think that it's important to acknowledge that that need not be the same, that we can have agreement on what things mean from a scientific perspective, but also need to look at that through the lens of policy as to how it achieves those ancillary goals of moving the needle towards deep decarbonization. Next slide, please. So one thing I think is important when we're talking about accounting is to acknowledge both the uncertainty in emissions, but also uncertainty in how we're accounting. So if we look at this across the x-axis, there are different pools or different categories that we can be considering. And I should acknowledge some recent work by IEA on CCUS accounting, particularly the challenges of accounting for the use side of the equation. But one of the accounting considerations is simply, what are you including in your math? Are you including everything from indirect land use change all the way through market rebounds, where you're perhaps changing the economics of the entire energy system and need to account for, say, changes in fossil generation that's induced by your installation of BECCS? The other thing to account for is this vertical variation, and that some of these are very easy to determine. We have a lot of experience in calculating, say, process emissions, but there are other things that are either very uncertain or they can vary widely. And I think the feedstock production side, particularly in my experience in forestry, is really relevant in this case, and provides, I think, an area for future work and attention here. Next slide, please. And what this adds up to is a series of challenges. And the first that I would mention is continuing public distrust and strong scientific debate surrounding the accounting of biogenic stocks generally. This isn't simply a biomass equation, but prior to working in bioenergy, I was working quite a bit in carbon offsets. And I think anytime we're talking about natural climate solutions these days, particularly carbon offsets, there are strong questions about whether those reductions are real and additional. So it's not simply a bioenergy question, but I think it extends to all elements, whether it's biofuel, biodiesel, bioethanol, forest biomass, carbon offsets. These are questions that are not going away anytime soon, and I think are a critical challenge to increasing the confidence of industry and policymakers to provide the incentives to put large-scale BECCS into practice. The other thing I'll mention from an accounting perspective is that multiple layers of reporting complicate the transmission of incentives along an accounting chain. So for example, we have individual facilities that operate, but these individual facilities have potentially global implications. So if we're scaling BECCS, particularly to the level that we see in some of the IPCC projections that are necessary to really achieve some of our climate objectives, there needs to be incentives all along the supply chain and at all stages of accounting, whether that's an individual feedstock provider or some of these national determined contributions, national level accounting, that allow these incentives to be transmitted in a way that achieve those very real greenhouse gas reductions that we need. And the last thing that I'll mention as a challenge is that BECCS, and this includes again both the storage and the use side of things, shares challenges with carbon dioxide removal technology more broadly, including direct air capture, but also renewable pathways. And if we're talking about things like market rebound and trying to track the change on the fossil side of the equation, what does installation of a new facility do to the induced production of fossil elsewhere? There needs to be consistent treatment to avoid implicitly favoring pathways. I think this is particularly important here in the US. And again, some of my comments here are primarily from a US perspective where I'm more familiar. We have tax credits, such as the 45Q tax credit, that provide incentives for carbon capture and storage. But then the question becomes, then how does a direct air capture system compete fairly with a BECCS system, given the uncertainty on the biogenic side of the equation here? Next slide, please. And I have honestly no earthly idea how long I've been talking, so please do step in if I'm exceeding my time here. The other thing that I'll mention here on the opportunity side is, and this is a little bit of the optimist side, realizing I don't have many minutes to talk here, but our work has indicated that there are obviously multiple policies already on the ground with the potential to influence the accounting and allocation of removals across a BECCS supply chain. This doesn't need to be created from scratch. And precedent also exists in accounting approaches for traditional bioenergy, both biopower and also liquid biofuels. These have seen to some extent controversy, but have, particularly in the case of the US biofuel industry, have been in place for 15 years or so at this point and have continued to function. We're still not seeing the level of investment in biofuels that I think the writers of those particular laws had expected, but the implementing regulations are at least functioning to some extent. However, we can also see some challenges, such as an effort by our Environmental Protection Agency several years ago to twice determine biogenic emissions accounting strategies. And so it, I think, exposes some continual challenges here in the accounting side. But there are things we can lean on, whether that is the California Low Carbon Fuel Standard, I think the upcoming work by Vera, and also I believe under the biomass strategy in the UK, to start to take a tough look at some of the accounting challenges, that there are mechanisms by which we can start to think about how to do proper accounting under BECCS. The other thing I'll mention is that feedstock transport and energy fuel production processes and other direct emissions are fairly well understood. And there may be a possibility to, for the time being at least, to develop simplified accounting kind of off-ramps that provide more of a direct path for certain facilities that don't really get to some of those challenging dimensions that I mentioned earlier in the talk. And this might include things like waste or residues. And I put residues here, I should have put it in quotations, because the definition of residues is itself a challenging thing to figure out. Next slide, please. And so it's just some parting thoughts, some brief parting thoughts based upon both specific work in BECCS that we've done also, but you know, longer term biogenic accounting more broadly. My training is an institutional scholar, and so I'm always keen to follow the path of the institutions that already exist. And so what I would suggest is, first of all, to consider building on existing approaches. So rather than creating some new thing out of whole cloth, to try to figure out ways that we can leverage existing accounting approaches that have received public support, that have some degree of public familiarity, to try to determine how best to govern this particular system. Of course, that risks potentially biasing against new or potentially superior approaches, but I think time is of the essence. And frankly, the benefit of new quote unquote better solutions may be less so compared to something that we may be able to operationalize relatively quickly. And the last thing, and this is somewhat hard for me to say, but consider taking the easy way out for now. I'm usually one to jump into the tough questions right away. But I think in the case of BECCS, I'm continually trying to solve the challenging things with the biogenic side, and all the uncertainty and animosity that comes in that side, from that side of the equation. I'm currently involved in quite a few pellet greenhouse gas conversations here in the state right now, that we may be wasting valuable time trying to figure out the perfect approach for that, where there may be other approaches that could work for pathways that perhaps have less indirect or market level impacts, such as waste or, again, residues. I did quote it on this slide. Because again, BECCS is not just the combustion side, but there's so many other parts of the system that we need to gain familiarity with and experience with. If we're talking about pipelines, that is something that is incredibly contentious here in the US right now. And so that's a whole other thing to deal with. If we're talking about storage and public comfort and familiarity with storage applications outside of the few pilot projects we've seen, that's going to take time and experience in order to gain traction. So I think there are other things that need to be worked out besides the accounting that would benefit from some quick action on the ground beyond the few pilot projects we've already seen.
So this is the last
I believe
minute.
that is my last slide. Hmm?
Okay, perfect.
Pardon me?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to give you the sign. This is last minute. Everything was perfect.
Okay.
So
there we go.
And hopefully you also heard the applause here in the room. And now my question is: are there any questions? Peter.
Speaking sadly as the person responsible for improving the UK sustainability requirements you mentioned earlier, how do you see the ability of society to accept counterfactual forest carbon stories, both in terms of woodlot use and the other end of it, which is the substitution benefits of the product fuel from BECCS, when additionality is hard to prove sometimes with a new plant? Thank you.
That is it's a good question. I think there's frankly some challenges. I think there are, particularly when we're talking about forests, and that's my perspective. There's more to play than just the carbon side of the equation. There's just all the other things that come with the forested landscape. Particularly here in the Southeast, the flashpoint is over pellet production for transport to Europe. It's going to be challenging. I think, frankly, I'm a social scientist. I think there are challenges within the scientific community between natural scientists and social scientists, particularly economists and ecologists, I would say, that provide, I think, a microcosm of that challenge, that both are looking at the same forested landscape, but with different perspectives. Both have valuable insight, but seem to be at loggerheads in terms of how to combine that insight in ways that are informative of a larger picture. And I think that extends to the public dialogue. I'm quite pessimistic, to be honest. I still think, for the reasons that were mentioned in the previous speakers, that this has tremendous implications, not only in the near term for providing critical grid services as we scale up. There's not a lot of options before batteries really come online to be able to offset some of the intermittency with solar and wind. Particularly in the US, again, we're having trouble running long transmission lines to access that intermittent power where it may be available. And so we're seeing a lot of natural gas deployment instead. And so what I think personally, and this is professionally and also just personally, based upon my involvement in the issue over the years, is that is the trade-off that may perhaps drive some of the tougher conversations, that it's not so much bioenergy for bioenergy or additionality in forest for that sake, but rather the trade-off of, but what would we have to do besides? And I think in that context of not necessarily do I support this in absolute, in isolation, but rather if I'm doing this or that. And the other thing is a 30 to 40-year commitment to a natural gas facility, be it liquefied natural gas for export or a domestic combined cycle power plant. I think that's where the conversation changes a little bit personally, because it forces that hard trade-off of which challenge would I prefer to see.
Yeah, thank you, Christopher, for this insight. And I think you really catched up on discussions we had here already during the last days. Yeah, thank you again for this contribution.
Yeah, and I'm sorry my face is so big. It's not this big in person, I promise.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. And so it's my pleasure to introduce the final speaker of this session. We are running a little bit over time, but we need to give all the speakers an opportunity. So we will run a little bit into your coffee break. Do bear with us. So there's no rush. You have your time allocated, so no rush at all. So our next speaker is Aisha El Kamlishi from ADEME, who is a technical coordinator in bio-based products and biofuels. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So hello, everyone. So yes, my name is Aisha El Kamlishi. I'm working at ADEME within the Department of Bioeconomy and Renewable Energy. And this work, I would present a work that we done with my colleague from Industry Department. So it's on behalf of them. They did the main work, but I will present for them today this topic. So it's this one. Okay. Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. So the topic, it's about the decarbonization target. We talk a lot today about how to decarbonize with bioenergy. And so the question that we had, what we assume within ADEME is to say we don't have enough biomass to produce biofuel to reach the target that was set up within Europe about SAF, so the aviation sectors, and the shipping sector. So the question was to say, if we don't have enough biofuel, will we have, or yes, we will have enough electricity if we want to produce synthetic fuel based on electricity. So sorry, I didn't have a slide on e-fuel, but we will have in the next session a presentation on advanced fuels and synthetic fuels. So it's what I'm calling synthetic fuel. It's hydrogen combined with CO2, so hydrogen from electrolysis combined with CO2 to produce synthetic fuel, so methane, jet fuel, methanol, what do you want? So the question was to say, if we don't have enough biomass for biofuel, there is enough electricity if we want to complete with electrofuel. So you can see that we will use the target that I say was set up by the European Commission. The scope of this work will be only on maritime or shipping sector and aviation. We didn't look to the other sector, so it's only on jet fuel and on the e-fuel use for maritime. So maritime is more complicated. We have several options. So we look to the methanol, ammonia, and also methane. And I think I will not have time to go in the detail of the scenarios that we used, but we didn't use dedicated model for this work, because within ADEME we already worked on prospective works that Emily talked or introduced this morning during the introduction. So the name of this work is Transition 2050, and this work was what mean neutrality carbon for France by 2050. So we use this work, and we also, so it's what we call the low demand scenario, but we look also at what will be the need if we are going to a higher demand. And so for that, we based our work on the roadmap from sector. So in France, we ask each sector to do a roadmap on the neutrality. And so we use this number for the high demand. And also the other hypothesis that we took, it was about the technical assumption. We need to, because we will need to calculate the energy efficiency, etc. We need to have technical assumption, and so we base the work on conservative assumption. So the performance, the technical performance today of these processes to produce e-fuel or electrofuel, and we try to modelize with optimistic assumption. It means if we improve this technology, because we are looking to 2050, what will be the electricity and CO2 need? So unfortunately, like I told you, I will not have time to precisely detail the modelized scenarios, but if you have questions, you can come to me, and we'll publish this work very soon. So the next one, it's also the first question that we had to answer if we want to calculate, to estimate the need of biogenic CO2 and electricity, was the first question: what will be this demand of e-fuel by 2050? So here you can see, I don't know if I can use, yes, the current demand of each sector. So for the aviation and for the maritime, aviation we are around 56 terawatt-hour, and for maritime we are around 12 terawatt-hour of energy consumption. To calculate this demand for 2050, we, like what I told you, we base on the low demand scenario. We pick one pathway of transition 2050 because in this work we had 4 pathways. We say it's not possible to guess what will be the pathway to carbon neutrality. So we decided to work on 4 pathways. So we took this scenario 2, where the main lever was the reduced demand of fuels for aviation. So you can compare. Here we have 56 terawatt-hour currently, and by 2050, in our scenario, we need only around 30 terawatt-hour of fuels to comply to the total demand. In the high demand scenario, it's another work that we have done within ADEME, but with an external partner and also with the actor of the sector, so the aviation actors. And you can see here the demand is around 70 terawatt-hour, because of course what they are saying, the main actor of the aviation is that the traffic will be increasing in the future year, and they didn't see any decreasing of the traffic. So we picked this scenario to calculate the demand and to calculate the need of e-fuel, because e-fuel will not be the only fuel to comply to this decarbonization target. Like I told you, there is advanced biofuel also. But to calculate the share of e-fuel, we choose target imposed by RefuelEU Aviation. So it is 70% sustainable fuel, and the share of e-fuel it's only 35%. So with this number, we could estimate the need of jet fuel by 2050 in France. And I forgot to say, the main assumption is there is no importation. All the fuel that we need will be produced in France. So it was the main hypothesis. It could be challenges, but the idea is to say what will be the need of electricity and CO2 if we want to produce all this fuel in France. So in the low demand scenario, it's 10 terawatt-hour, and in the high demand scenario, we are around 25 terawatt-hour of e-fuel. We did the same calculation from maritime sector. It's more complicated, but because in the shipping sector, we have many possibilities. We don't know which one will be used by the main actors. They are still discussing. So there is a boat with that will be running using methane. There is also discussion about methanol. There is also discussion about ammoniac. So we took some assumption on the share of each e-fuel to determine what will be the need of electricity and CO2. But you can see from shipping sector, we are around 10 terawatt-hour, and for the high demand scenario, 30 terawatt-hour. So this is what we will need of e-fuel by 2050 for these two sectors. So then we calculated the energy consumption, because like what I told you, the production of e-fuel is quite intensive in terms of electricity. I will not go in the detail of the assumptions that we made, but just to focus on the jet fuel. So it is the reaction of Fischer-Tropsch. So what I say for the hydrogen in France, we assume that it will be produced only by electrolysis, so based on electricity. So we had to take assumption optimistic or conservative on the yield of the electrolysis. And for the Fischer-Tropsch reaction, we also made some technical assumption about the ratio on the jet fuel compared with the other co-product, and also the energy consumption of this reaction. So you can see here in the case with all optimistic assumption. So we consider that we will have technological optimization in the future. We reach around 2.5 terawatt-hour of electricity needed to produce 1 terawatt-hour of jet fuel. Sorry, it's still in French. And in the worst case, if we can say that, or in the conservative assumption, we reach almost 4.5 terawatt-hour of electricity that we need to produce 1 terawatt-hour of jet fuel. So this is a figure that we needed to estimate the need of electricity in France for the production of e-fuel by 2050. So we could do the calculation, and you can see on the chart, on the graphic, the total electricity consumption that will be required for the synthesis of e-fuel in 2050 to comply with the decarbonization target of the RefuelEU Aviation, and for the maritime also. In the scenario with the low demand and with the optimistic assumption, we will need 44 terawatt-hour of electricity per year. So it's per year. And in the scenario with very high demand and conservative assumption, we are around 175 terawatt-hour per year. Just to give you an example of what it means, this 175 terawatt-hour, it's equivalent for France of 13 new generation nuclear. So for what we are calling EPR, so it's quite a lot. We are still building the first one in Flamanville. If we want to compare, so we try to compare this number to see if it was, how we say that, if the projection was right or not. So we compare with other prospective work ongoing in France. So this morning we had the presentation of Christophe on the SFEC, so the French Strategy on Energy and Climate. You see, so it was the run one. This morning he presented the run two, but the estimated needed of electricity for e-fuel, it was around 110 terawatt-hour of electricity. So not so far from this scenario. And for ADEME, in the prospective work that we have done in Transition 2050, it's very, we were very lower. It was 18 terawatt-hour of electricity, because in this scenario, we had a lot of reduced demand for SAF, and also we use a lot of biofuel. And just a last comparison, it is we wanted to compare with total electricity production that we will have in France in 2050. So this, I don't have time to detail this, but it is prospective work that we have done in France. This two is within ADEME. This two, it's outside ADEME. It's not our work, but it's RTE, so the electricity network, French electricity network actor. And you can see, for example, what we estimate as total electricity production in France by 2050. It's around, for this scenario, 660 terawatt-hour. So if we look at this one, it's 1/3 production of the total electricity production that we need to implement if we want to comply with this decarbonization target. So this part is for the electricity. The next calculation was about the biogenic CO2. We are today, okay. No, it's okay, it's okay. I will go fast. How I can go fast? So the discussion that we have on the CO2, it's which kind of CO2 to use, because we have different kind of origin of CO2. You can use CO2 from industries using fossil. So it's what I'm calling fossil CO2. We decided to discard these sources because by 2041, it will be forbidden by Renewable Energy Directive. For the CO2 coming from air, so the direct air capture, it was also discarded because it's too energy intensive. And I told you to produce electrofuel, it's also energy intensive, so it's not possible to combine two energy intensive. So at the end, we had only biogenic CO2 as interesting sources for electrofuel. And you can see here the result of the amount. So we are around 6 million tons of CO2 to 19 million tons of CO2. It depends on the scenario and the assumption. I will go fast, sorry. And so maybe just to talk about this number, you can see here, we try to see what it means available sources of biogenic CO2, because when we are saying 6 million tons of CO2 is low demand scenario, what do we have in France now today? It's we have 70 units in France that could provide this amount of CO2 biogenic. But we have a question about the location. So we didn't look if the location of this future e-fuel production unit will be near of the unit producing CO2, biogenic CO2. So there is a question about that. And the other question is conflict with BECCS. So we heard in this panel, in this session, that we need CO2, biogenic CO2 for negative emission. And so there is a question about, do we have enough biogenic CO2 for e-fuel and for BECCS? And so just the conclusion, no, please. Just this one, I think the main conclusion is to say, if we want to comply with the European decarbonization target, the main lever is the sobriety. We need to reduce the demand, because when we are reducing the demand, we can mobilize reasonable electricity resources and biogenic CO2. If we don't have this reduction of demand, it will be very difficult to reach this target. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Aisha. Do we have any quick questions? We maybe got time for one. Yes.
Yeah, Berend Vreugdeneel, maybe one quick question. Did you also investigate the costs of these e-fuels and how do they compare to alternatives?
It was the next step. We have to do the technico-economic assessment and also the environmental assessment. It will be the next step.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Aisha.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And I'll just leave Daniela to round up.
Yeah, I would like to thank all speakers for the very interesting content. And I think we have learned two things. One is about the very different pictures and scenario in 2050. But also, and this I really liked very much, interesting thoughts how to come there. Yeah, what are the next steps with regard to flexibility, with regard to BECCS? And with this, I think we are back in 2023, exactly at the coffee break. Thank you also to the audience.
So good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the last session of today. We have 5 more presentations coming, 2 online and 3 in person. My name is Berend Vreugdeneel. I'm the task lead of task 33 on biomass gasification.
And good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being with us and for the people here online joining us since this morning. So I'm Sharuk. I'm also from the Task 33 gasification, and we will talk about the promising development in bioenergy concepts in this session. So our first speaker is Marion Maheu. She's joining us online. So can we just, so Marion is the project manager at ENGIE, working on a gasification process and production of sustainable fuels like methane, biomethane, and biofuels. Hello, Marion. We don't hear you, so we still don't hear Marion. Can you? Yeah, a little bit. Try again. Yeah, okay, good.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me well?
Yes. Can we also have the presentation, maybe?
Yeah.
So you can go, Marion.
Okay. So hello, everyone. Do you see the full screen, or do you see the thing at the bottom?
It's
or at the top?
It's okay. We already have a presentation. Yeah.
Okay. So so once again, hello everyone. I'm Marion Maheu. I'm from the research center of ENGIE called the Lab Cryogen. And I will talk about the diversification of applications downstream biogasification. So gasification is a thermochemical conversion of solid biomass and residues into a product gas, also called syngas. So this syngas is the basis of a broad spectrum of valuable products and application, because it's a very good chemical precursor, as it contains hydrogen and also carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide. So syngas can be either used for direct heat and power generation, or upgrading it to green gas or liquid products. So the product spectrum includes hydrogen, synthetic natural gas or biomethane, liquid transportation fuels such as biodiesel, kerosene, and finally also chemicals and energy carriers. So biogasification is a very versatile technology as it can be applied in different market segments and also react to market changes. So it offers powerful pathways toward a sustainable energy transition. So you can see here the different steps to these different products. And I just put some numbers about the yield in terms of biomass or residues to fuel, depending on the application. Gasification is a kind of super ordinate term, but a wide variety of different gasification technologies are available on the market. And the selection of the technology depends on the number of different factors. And of these, the most prominent are the selection of the feedstock and also the end product and the scale of production. So this table gives most common or demonstrated application for each technologies, even if there are some developments to diversify the application for each one. So for fixed bed gasification, either updraft or downdraft, is typically used for small scale application in the kilowatt scale range to produce heat and power. Fluidized bed, either single bed or dual bed, are used in medium to large scale application ranging from around 1 to 100 megawatts. So fluidized bed gasification enables more complex biorefinery processes with downstream gas upgrading equipment, and also can produce, for instance, SNG, hydrogen, chemicals, liquid fuels. So the same is true for untrained flow gasification, which is typically applied at even larger scale, above 100 megawatts. And so they are more particularly suitable for liquid fuels and chemicals because they produce a high hydrogen content, and also because there is a kind of economy of scale. That's more suitable to go to higher price end products. Plasma gasifier operates by gasifying the feedstock in a plasma generated by a high energy electric arc. So they produce a high quality syngas, but they also consume more power than other technologies, which could impact the carbon footprint of the final product, depending on the carbon content of the power, and so the country where the technology is used. And finally, the two stages process consists generally in a first step of pyrolysis and a second step gasifying the char produced during the first step. And the gasification technology could be one of those mentioned above. So the capacity, the application, and the advantage and disadvantage of this two-stage processes highly depend on the gasification used. So among these, ENGIE is testing the dual fluidized bed gasification, also called FICFB, for fast internally circulating fluidized bed. So I will give you different examples of ENGIE Lab Cryogen demonstration project for different applications. So the main one, I would say, or the historical one, is around the Gaia platform. So ENGIE has built and now still operates this demonstration plant. So it's a cutting-edge R&D and also pre-industrial scale, because it's highly automatized demonstration plant to produce bio or low carbon fuels from biomass and waste pyrogasification. It's located close to Lyon, so some of you already visited this platform, and tomorrow some of you will visit it. So you have several areas, but the technological area is here, and you have different, so it covers the overall process chain from biomass reception, storage, treatment, and also the conversion, gasification, syngas cleaning, and methanation. And we have lots of sensors, analyzers in order to optimize everything at each step. And we also can welcome new technologies to diversify the application and also the technologies along the value chain. So the Gaia project was co-founded by ADEME within the framework of the call for expression for interest and the second generation biofuel demonstrator fund. It gathered 11 partners, including, you can see here, it was coordinated by ENGIE, and the objective was to demonstrate the bio-SNG production from biomass gasification at the beginning, and at the end of the project, we also performed some tests on waste, such as refuse-derived fuel. You see the timeline on the right. So basically, we started the project in 2010, and we started the operation during 2018. And we are still operating the Gaia platform, even if the project with ADEME ended at the end of 2021. Here are some main results. So for the technical parts, we have demonstrated the overall process chain, and we have performed more than 150 tests. We have performed long duration tests. So we are confident in this process chain. Also, we decreased the production cost compared to the state of the art, thanks to several innovation and more than 10 patents. So compared to the state of the art, we decreased by 30% the capex, and also we decreased the feedstock supply costs by using lower cost feedstock and waste. And also we confirm that this pathway has an environmental benefit for the biomass conversion. You see the number which was assessed and validated by an external panel of experts, and we are doing the same for the waste valorization. So the Gaia project helps to go from the lab concept, and right now we are at industrialization step. So the first commercial plant will be the Salamander project. The capacity of this plant foreseen is 20 megawatts, and you can see here first sketch of the commercial project. So this project will be based in the harbor of Le Havre in Normandy. So here are some figures about this project. So basically, we will produce 170 gigawatt hour of SNG, and also 11 kiloton per year of synthetic liquefied natural gas from heavy and maritime transport, and also for intensive industries around there. And we will co-produce also 40 gigawatt hour of renewable heat that can be used either for industries in a form of steam, and also for urban networks. And we want to valorize 70,000 tons of a year of non-recyclable waste, mainly wood waste and solid recovered fuels. And beyond that, also we want to create synergies and increase the amount of carbon contained into the initial feedstock in final product. So through the Salamander project, we will produce this low carbon synthetic natural gas, but we will use the CO2 capture from Salamander to produce e-kerosene as part of another project from ENGIE called France Kerosene. So the Gaia platform is still operating, and we are very open, and we collaborate with partners also at European level in order to continue to validate innovative solutions, either for syngas cleaning, catalysts, syngas conversion technologies, and also SNG upgrading technologies. We want to pursue our feedstock diversification. In particular, we want to address more and more non-recyclable waste. And also we want to diversify also the application. So basically we would like to go to hydrogen or co-production of hydrogen and methane. And also I will present you right now a project, a brand new project who was granted this year, coordinated by TNO, in which we are a partner. So Butterfly comes from biomass utilized to the extended portfolio of renewable fuels with large yields. So the objective of the project, who was launched in July this year, is to co-produce renewable dimethyl ether and SNG, and applying, for instance, hydrogen produced from electrolysis in order to produce these two products at tunable ratio by converting the CO2 coming from the process chain. So we want to diversify also the feedstock. We will address lignocellulosic biomass, industrial waste, and also upgrading wet organic residues. We will valorize then the RDME and SNG for off-grid energy supply, maritime and heavy-duty transportation, and also for steel industry. So the concept is we will use part of the Gaia process chain with the indirect gasification, the syngas cleaning, and also the methanation. But within this process, we will integrate a new technology brought by TNO called SENMES, which is a sorption enhanced DME synthesis reactor. And so we will co-produce DME and SNG, and at tunable ratio, depending on the demand. Either, for instance, in winter, if we need more SNG to produce heat, or in another season, or for any reason. That's the goal of this project, to study what's the best optimum in terms of in technical, economic, and environmental aspects. So the goals are to improve biomass to fuel conversion efficiency by 15%. We will achieve up to 97% of carbon efficiency. And also we will optimize the synergy of RDME and SNG production. Here you can see the different partners of this project. So TNO is coordinating, and you see that also Politecnico of Milano is part of it. Lots of partners that you can see here, either for the feedstock supply, and also logistics, for the conversion demonstration, and also for the final application. For instance, for RDME, DME, we'll study, for instance, the DME market, and some of the partners will also study the DME application in industry, for instance. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marion, for your presentation. Very clear. Maybe we'll take one or two questions. Yes.
Thank you. Jean-Christophe Viguier from Maxence. Thank you very much for this presentation. Very interesting, very clear, and congratulations for the results of the demo plant. One little question, because I probably misunderstood the point, or maybe you can clarify. At the very beginning, you introduced a different type of gasification process, indicating that the type you selected goes for medium-sized capacity. And I see now that you are studying a DME market, which is a liquid fuel market which is a large market. So is it fully compatible, or at least for such application, this technology is the best one according to you?
Yeah, indirect gasification can be suitable, but that's also the aim of the project, to see how we can best optimize the valorization of the syngas between the Siemens technology, who will produce RDME, and also the SNG production from the methanation. And for instance, part of the concept is to maximize the carbon contained. And so, for instance, valorizing the off-gas coming from the RDME reactor into the methanation. So that's the goal of the project. But yes, if we go through this project, is because we think that it can be suitable. Yeah.
Do we have another question from the room or online people? Yeah, maybe the...
Hello, Nicolas Bijon from Solagro. Thank you for the presentation. It's very interesting. I had a question about the use of refuse-derived fuel, both in the Gaia process and in the future salamander process, and several questions about that. First, did you achieve sufficient cleaning of the biomethane for injection in the gas network in Gaia? And is it a use that you plan to pursue with the Salamander project, or are you going to take RDF there? And if so, isn't the RED II directive from Europe a problem for this type of fuel, because part of this is not biogenic?
So 3 questions. So the first one is, so basically, if you guarantee a very clean syngas at the end of the syngas cleaning step, then the methanation part won't create any new pollutants. So we have a very clean, so it's not because we have biomass or waste at the beginning of the process that the final SNG quality will change, because the methanation is a catalytic process. So we have to do the main job before the methanation. And yes, we have performed also exhaustive analysis on the final SNG coming from SRF or RDF, and also waste wood. And we see that there isn't any change in terms of quality compared to biomass. So the second question was about the local supply of around salmon, right?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, the I cannot give the name or suppliers, but yes, the idea is to supply close to the salamander future field. So it will be local. And in terms of environmental impact, that's a very, very good question. And that's the idea of the studies we are doing right now. When I talk about the carbon score for biomass, I was mentioning that we are performing also life cycle analysis for waste, such as refuse-derived fuel in such process. And indeed, the biogenic fraction from the initial feedstock has a high impact. So that's a compromise we are looking right now in order to fit with the sustainable threshold. So it won't be, for instance, 100% of RDF with, if you take 100% RDF with lower, with a biogenic fraction lower than 50%, of course, you will never reach the sustainable threshold. So that's a compromise to find. With over mixing with over biogenic residues.
Thank you, Marion. And thank you also for all the... Another question?
Yes, we have an online question. What is the size of the butterfly project?
So the size, so basically we will use the size of the Gaia plant. So the gasifier is around 600, 700 kilowatts input. And then we produce around 40, 50 kilowatts of SNG. And in terms of DME, it will be several kilogram per hour. So for the overall project, if I remember well,
750.
several, yeah, I don't remember exactly how many hours, but yeah.
And do we have time for a last question?
Go ahead.
Okay, so for one online question, for the biomass input, will you prefer fermentable fraction or more woody biomass, lignocellulosic biomass?
I think it was already presented.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, more like woody or yeah, fermentable fraction, I think are better for biogenic pathway, biological pathway. But we are also studying difficult wet residues, as I mentioned, as part of the Butterfly project, by using, for instance, hydrothermal carbonization and something like that. So yeah, some difficult wet feedstock could be valorized into gasification, but they need pre-treatment before.
Thank you, Marion, and thanks also for all the NG team that will assure tomorrow the visit of the Gaia plant for some of our participants.
So our next speaker is Joachim Lundgren. He is professor at Luleå University of Technology. Besides that, he has several other positions, but I think being the deputy director of CCUS is probably an important one also for the presentation he's going to give. He's also the representative of Sweden in Task 33 and in charge of all our activities related to hydrogen production via gasification. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Berend, for the introduction, and thanks for letting me talk today. Very appreciated. I will discuss hydrogen, which is very hot, but not through power-based hydrogen production, but from biomass and gasification in particular. Somebody said today that AI is the flavor of the month. I would say that hydrogen is the flavor of the year. Definitely, it's extremely hot, and if you follow the news, there is simply large news on investments and projects, large ones, more or less every day. It's about hydrogen-driven trains, aircrafts, new steel plants that will be based on fossil-free hydrogen. I had to put in one of the news on Sweden, where steel making using fossil-free hydrogen is very, very interesting and hot. Now it seems like we're also planning for steel production in Canada using the same concept with DRI. So very, very hot, which also is reflected in several of the scenarios that is developed for the future. And of course, we already today use hydrogen for different purposes, mainly fossil-based hydrogen. But as you can see, the demand for hydrogen will grow more or less exponentially. Doesn't look much between 15 and 30, but it's close to the double, 75% in a quite short time period. And then later, more or less explode until 2050. It's a factor 10, more or less, during this time period. So I think there is a consensus that the majority of the production for a fossil-free hydrogen will most likely be electrolysis and power-based hydrogen. But I'm a little bit annoyed, if I should be honest, when you directly convert the demand for hydrogen, translates that to how much power you need by just dividing by 0.7. Completely forgetting that there are other technologies as well that can supply the hydrogen. I'm also a little bit skeptic to this color, different colors of hydrogen, and as you can see here, green hydrogen, it's electrolysis using wind, solar, and hydro, or geothermal. Gasification is mentioned, but then it's black or brown when you use coal. If you aim at using biomass, there is no color that fits very well. I would definitely count it as a green one, but it's a little bit unfortunate that it's overlooked. Biomass-based hydrogen in general. Today I will focus about my favorite technology, gasification, which I simply think needs more attention. I will not say that this is the silver bullet technology, because it's most likely not, but it has very, very interesting technical benefits. For example, that it doesn't depend on the weather, it's not intermittent, you can produce it 24/7. Of course, it's fossil free. You can also do it in fairly large scale. Like I said, it's not a silver bullet. It's not either or electrolysis, but it can actually mitigate the power demand for electrolysis to some extent, at least. I think it would be valuable if you can replace or perhaps produce 10% of the demand for fossil-free hydrogen using biomass. That's a very good contribution. We also have extremely interesting process integration opportunities, and perhaps in particular if you talk about gasification. Integration of gasifiers in pulp mills, sawmills, maybe even in the steel plants, and especially when they are becoming fossil free. And not to forget that it's been mentioned several times today, that the opportunity to actually create negative emissions. So this is what I will focus on today. Marion presented this much better than I did. The technologies for gasification and the characteristics that it's very flexible in feedstock, but it's also very flexible on the final product side. So I will simply skip the technical things because Marion already done it. This is a very rough sketch of the process for producing hydrogen via gasification. I will not go into details here, but I think most of you are aware of the processes needed. You need to get rid of some nasty stuff that we don't want, like acid gases and sulfur and other contaminants like particles and stuff. And then you need to make the gas a little bit better by conditioning, and also remove the CO2, very important, and then purify it with, for example, PSA to get a high quality hydrogen stream. But important here, a very rough mass balance is that if you gasify 1 dry ton of biomass, you can produce around 100 kilograms of hydrogen. At the same time as you produce 15 to 20 kilograms of CO2 per kilograms of hydrogen. So this is very, very rough balances. And I will not focus on the technical things now on producing hydrogen. I will more focusing on economics, which I think is quite interesting actually. And I've used an IEA Bioenergy publication. I think there might be some, I don't know if there are some co-authors, but I know that people in this room has been involved in this report. I have here, because it doesn't include hydrogen in this report, but it's a relevant assumption to say that the production cost for methanol and methane via gasification will be roughly the same as gasification-based hydrogen. It won't differ that much. And in this report, they presented production cost for these commodities with different scenarios, one more higher costs and one lower cost. And I also took the freedom to extrapolate with different feedstock cost. I think the last time I checked feedstock cost for biomass wood chips, it was around 25, something like that, euros per megawatt hour. Competing with fossil-based hydrogen is not easy. This is rough cost for hydrogen produced today via steam methane reforming, somewhere around €1 per kilo up to maybe €2 per kilo, somewhere there. And what we can see is that at the current conditions, it will be very difficult for biomass to compete with this. But I continue to calculate. Remember that we also get the CO2 stream that might have a value. Here I have assumed that, of course, if we capture and store the CO2 from the plant, we create negative emissions. Negative emissions will have a monetary value. And here I assumed, this is based on several studies, that it's foreseen to have a value around €100 per ton of CO2 if we can bury it underground. I also assume that the cost for CO2 transport and storage will be around €50 per ton of CO2, which means that if this is done, you can have a net credit subsidizing the production cost of hydrogen by roughly €50 per ton of CO2 produced. And using the numbers that I presented before, it means that we can push down the production cost quite significantly. I have now compared with SMR coupled with CCS to make it a little bit more comparable. And what we can see then is that, well, it's becoming improved. It will still, following the high cost scenario, it will be difficult. But with the low cost scenario, according to the IEA report, it's actually with feedstock prices that we have today, it starts to become feasible. Even though I don't think it's perhaps extremely fair to compare these two costs. You recognize this guy? Some of you might. He has stopped playing soccer, unfortunately for Sweden. But this is Zlatan Ibrahimovic. He was a fairly good player. I mean, he was in PSG, he was in Milan, Inter, Manchester United. He was a very good football player, perhaps the best we have had in Sweden. This is also Zlatan, but Zlatan, 8 years old. And Zlatan, 8 years old, he would not be able to play in PSG or in Milan or Manchester United. Maybe. I mean, it has taken a lot of support, practice, training in order to become this Zlatan. And it's exactly the same, not only with green hydrogen, but green technologies in general. They need support before they can compete with fossil alternatives. So that's, I think, it's an important message. So what about competing with power-based hydrogen? Well, according to my calculation, this is also from IEA Hydrogen, on the estimated cost for solar and wind-based hydrogen 2040 to 2050. And if I put in my estimations of gasification-based hydrogen, it's somewhere around in this span, $2 to $3 per kilogram. And what you can see here is that in the Northern Hemisphere, it's competitive also to power-based hydrogen. So I think this is actually quite promising also from an economic point of view. We have also calculated the CO2 abatement cost for a large number of transportation fuels, including aviation fuels. And I will not go into detail here, but this is the hydrogen cases. And as you can see that they are comparable with most other biofuels and electrofuels and bioelectrofuels. And zooming in, I just want to show that according to our assumptions made, the CO2 reduction cost is actually lower for the gasification cases than for the electrolysis cases. This is in Swedish crowns, so you have to divide by, well, almost 12 nowadays, so it's to get euros. But so also from this perspective, it's actually interesting. To summarize, I think that I know that gasification brings many attractive technical benefits, environmental benefits, and also, as I showed, economic benefits compared to many other. Like I said, it's also difficult. Sorry, how do we go? This one. It is difficult to compete with fossil-based hydrogen today. But I also think that I didn't mention that the development of CCUS in other applications than gasification will sooner or later lead to lower capital cost, which means that also the gasification will benefit from that and become more competitive. Perhaps also it's possible to apply this in smaller scales. So this is very good for gasification. According to my estimates, we see that both production cost for biomass-based hydrogen and CO2 abatement costs might actually be lower than the cost for power-based hydrogen, especially in the Northern Hemisphere, many regions. So it's not a silver bullet, but it definitely deserves more attention. So this is where I will stop, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Joachim. It's time for maybe one or two short questions. Yes.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Important to mention also that Zlatan played for Ajax.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm from the Netherlands. And the Dutch government has decided, I think a year ago already, to not stimulate or subsidize hydrogen from biogenic sources due to the low availability of biomass in the Netherlands. And we need the carbon molecules for something else. So how do you feel about that position already with the Zlatan example in mind?
First of all, I think the support should be technology neutral. I think the market should somehow control that. I'm convinced that one technology and one feedstock that is not suitable in one country might be in another. I mean, the situation for example, forest biomass is completely different in Sweden than it is in the Netherlands. So I don't know if that was an indication of the answer, what I think. Yeah. There
was one question, yes?
Yeah, thank you. Super presentation. I was just wondering, in these kind of comparisons, your opportunity costs are ignored. So, I mean, as Bas also said, there are other ways to utilize the biomass and so on. And maybe there's a high willingness to pay for that in aviation, for instance. How would you, or what do you think would speak against producing hydrogen? Like,
I mean, it's not. I mean, we have discussed that today, that you should be careful with the carbon in the biomass. it's valuable. And here, in this case, you just perhaps store it underground, making not use of the carbon. That might not be the best solution. I'm not claiming that this is it. But like I said, it deserves more analysis and assessments and more attention. I'm 100% that you can find cases where other production methods is better, but I also think that there is a difference depending on where you are, what you need, and if you have a nice business case using this concept, go for it. You might not have a business case in another geographical area, but I'm just a little bit hesitant trying to find these best general optimal solutions because they will be different.
Okay, thank you. I think that's the last question. So thank you, Joachim.
Thank you.
We go to the next speaker.
Thank you, Joachim. So the next speaker would be me with Frédéric Thiollier from the group IDEA. Frédéric is the Deputy Director of Bulk Logistics of the group, and we will talk about the synergies between different bioenergy technologies. Like earlier we talked about gasifications, hydrothermal gasifications, and anaerobic digestion. So next slide, please. Thank you. So just to see a few words, it will be difficult to do a better presentation after the super presentation of Joachim. So first, what we can say is that tomorrow we need different technologies because we need energy. And we have like biomass or electricity supplies. We have different type of technologies that can be used. And in this project, the project of L'Abrier Eco Park, we have 3 different plants. Each one is based on a technology. The first one is the anaerobic digestion, and we use agriculture and manure feedstocks. And it's the fermentable feedstocks that we use for this production. The second plant would be a gasification plant, like the High Move project with gasification plant, and we will use woody biomass waste as a feedstocks. And the third plant would be, if we get the right support, the first hydrothermal gasification plant, and we will use some sewage sludge feedstocks. So this project is an example of what we can make in one project, in one place. What we can make with different feedstocks, with a complementarity between those feedstocks. I will maybe explain what is anaerobic digestion, gasification. You already had the explanation of Marion and Joachim. So anaerobic digestion, we put the feedstocks, the fermentable feedstocks, in a fosse, and it will just give us what we call biogas. Biogas is a combination of methane and CO2. And if we clean this biogas, we will get methane that we can inject into the grid, and we also have the CO2. For gasification, it's probably the same thing. We have a syngas, which is a combination of CO2, not a lot of methane, but we do a methanation to upgrade the syngas. And after that, you have methane you will inject also into the grid, and you will have also the production of CO2. And for the hydrothermal gasifications, the same things. You will get a syngas, which is a combination of same molecules, CO, hydrogen, and a lot of methane in this case. You will just clean it, upgrade it, and you get methane. You inject it into the grid, and also you have CO2. So in this project, basically, the main products will be methane and CO2, and we can use it like for industrial use, for heat. We can also store it into the grid. So just to conclude about this introduction, in France, we have, as mentioned this morning, ADEME worked on different scenarios, the energy transition scenario for 2050. And as we can see in this scheme, we have different ways to get to the net zero approach. And in this different case scenario, we have to use anaerobic digestion, gasification, and hydrothermal gasifications to get to our target. So now we will see the example of La Brie Eco Park project with Frédéric.
Okay, thank you. First of all, forgive my bad French accent. I'd like to say first, as part of our strategy, we aim to provide a greener logistic services. And the supply, yes, I will. And the supply of renewable electricity and renewable gas, I think is a key factor of our success. You can see the plant 50 years ago. It was a chemical fertilizer plant. Producing ammonium nitrate. The site is located in Montoire de Bretagne, in Loire-Atlantique. And this plant has been deconstructed and has been cleared. And we bought the site in 2029. And there are 20 hectares, and 6 hectares are available for the project. What is important for this site is near the harbor of Montoire and Saint-Nazaire, and there is 2 gas networks next to the site. The main gas network for transport and for the distribution. So it's an advantage for us. We have reclaimed a warehouse. You can see in the middle of the slide with asbestos roof. So we changed the roof and took the opportunity to install 800 kilowatt photovoltaics panel, and we start to work on the anaerobic digestion unit with Volve biomass, and we set up a storage platform to recycle wood waste. And as I said, we are near the harbor, and we have a railway platform on the site. So we have the possibility to offer a multimodal way of transport for our clients. 2025, the aim of the site. You can see the aim on this site with various projects. And sorry, the light, yes. With various projects completed or in progress. Sebest is completed. It's an anaerobic digestion unit. iMove is in progress. It's a gasification project. Gamma is in project as well. It's thermal gasification. We planted half an hectare of trees. And we go on to install photovoltaic panels to supply collective consumption. So the anaerobic digestion unit, you can see the photo of the unit, has been commissioning in last year in April 2022. The shareholders are NG Bios, La Carène. La Carène is it's public. It's the municipality around the site, and my company IDEA. You noticed it's a mix of public and private organization. Inputs, it's of course organic, and for 40% is from agricultural waste, and 60% for agri-wood waste. What is important to retain? It's a local unit, local project. For example, the input come from a radius of 20 kilometers around the site, around the unit. And for the digestate recovery returning to soil, there are 12 farm operation, and they are going to a radius of 25 kilometers around the unit. We are authorized to process 28,000 tons each year, and that will produce 21 gigawatt hour for each year. It's about the flow rate is about 250 cubic meter per hour. Yes. Yes, and for the digestate recovery, it's around 25,000 tons each year. And at the end of the year, we will be commissioning an CO2 recovery unit, and this liquefied CO2 will be used in a greenhouse to grow vegetables. And for the anaerobic digestion unit, it's about 500 tons of CO2 equivalent. It allows to avoid 5,000 tons of CO2 equivalent. The next project is a gasification project. Do you know that 3 million tons per year of industrial wood waste in France? Only 50% of this waste are valorized in France for wood, and the rest is buried in landfill. We see that this morning several times, but it's important to repeat it. France is aiming for neutrality carbon in 2015 with strong objective on the waste recovery rates. So we decided to create IMOV. It's a joint venture with IREMIA on my company. IREMIA is a little company specialized in treatment, in wood treatment. The aim of the unit is to the input is wood waste, and it's about 20,000 tons each year. Okay, I will not focus on the process. Just I will say it's sorry. Okay. It's a high temperature process. that breaks down the molecule, and we obtain methane, hydrogen, carbon monoxide, and carbon dioxide. We mixed. We clean the gas, and we mixed the molecule together to obtain methane. But if we want, we can obtain hydrogen with another process. We are still working on engineering process, and we have particularly selected the supplier, and the flow rate will be about 600 cubic meter per hour, and it's about 14 gigawatt per year. The next, is hydrothermal gasification unit called GAMA. GAMA is a consortium with GRT. GRT is an operator of the main network, gas network. Laurelots is a main actor in the engineering process in HTG technology, and he works with the KIT in Dutchland. Nevesus help us in plant operation, and Cerema help us dealing with the authorities, especially with the regulation. And Karen furnish the entrance. It's the wood. It's not the wood. Sorry. It's wastewater, and Karen have a wastewater plant just near the plant. So GAMA is the first additional demonstration project in France, currently under the plan, and commissioning schedule for late 2024, early 2025. What is in it? So I don't want, I will not describe the process, but what is important, it's the input must be pumpable. The capacity, it's a demonstrator, so it's a little capacity of gas injectable, about 1 megawatt hour for each hour. And at the difference of the gasification, we have minerals and metals in outputs, and water rich in nitrogen. And plant surface area on site is only 1,000 square meter. I like this slide because we can see many advantages for the thermal for the gazi for the gasification so strong reduction of final waste, conversion carbon very high, no atmospheric pollutant, production of methane-rich injectable gas, recovery and preservation of water, minerals, and nitrogen, and pike. Metal on heavy metal recovery, pre-conversion, compact and modular. As I said, it's only 1,000 square meter. High energy efficiency, and this technology allow to get rid of bacteria, viruses, and pathogen. Very favorable TIG and assessment environmental, and low odor and noise pollution. The last point is very important in the environment of the site for people to accept this kind of okay. And the last thing, what is very interesting with these three projects is the synergy. We can use, for example, waste heat for the thermal gasification to heat a product for the anaerobic digestion unit, for example. We can use the digestate from the digestion anaerobic unit to the thermal gasification, and we can share some equipment as a weight bridge. Okay. And the last thing I like to say is that the Eco Park of La Barrière has been awarded at the Green Solution Award organized by Construction 21, and they have a website, and please have a look. It's very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Frédéric.
In view of time, if there is one quick question, I allow it. Very quick. Tilman.
Okay, my question is about the operation condition of the hydrothermal gasification. If it is a gasification, then temperature should be high, but then how can you produce methane?
The temperature is not higher than the thermal gasification, the classic gasification. The difference is that you have a solvent, and for hydrothermal gasification, the solvent is water.
Yeah, I know, but usually if it's gasification, then it should be 500 degree plus or something, and then it says you can have injectable gas, which means a lot of methane, which you don't get it above 500 degree.
So it's about the heat that we produce from the gasification process, what we do with the heat that we produce from the gasification process. This is the question.
Equilibrium does not allow you to produce a lot of methane at above 500 degrees. So here it says on that slide, you have injectable gas. You produce somewhere methane, but how do you do that at 500 degrees?
Actually, you produce methane as in gasification. It's in a high temperature, but then you will cool it, but because you will do a methanation also. And that's, you have a methane that is in a condition of grid injection. So it's not really, and yes, the heat, you will recover it during the whole process.
It sounds like a perfect discussion for after the last two sessions. Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Christian Wang. He's a senior consultant at IEA Energy Analysis. He's online, and he is working on Power to X and CCS. He's also involved in IEA Task 40 and co-lead of the IEA Bioenergy BECCS 2.0 Intertask project. So I would say the floor is yours. If you have control, then you can do it yourself. If not, then just shout out. Next slide, please.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to share my screen. Can you see my screen now?
Yeah, we see something and we hear you.
Okay, perfect. So let me go to, there we go. Are we in full screen mode here?
We don't see anything yet.
Lovely. Try again.
Yeah, now we see, it's not in presenting mode, but now we see your screen, the presentation. Yeah, now we see it.
Wonderful. Apologies for that. And there we go. Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Christian Bang from IEA Energy Analysis, a Danish consulting firm. I'm regretting a little bit right now I'm not sitting there with you. It's about 12 degrees warmer down in Lyon, I can see. As you noted, I'm involved in IEA Bioenergy's Task 40. I'm also the co-lead of the BECCS Phase 2 of the Intertask project. And most relevant for today, I've previously been involved with this Ørsted Kalundborg Hub project. So in this regard, I'd like to start by saying many thanks to Ørsted for providing inputs to my presentation today. Quickly, a little bit of background. I think you've probably touched on this a few times today, but internationally speaking, I think there's a growing consensus that if we're going to reach our international climate targets, some negative emissions are going to have to be part of that picture. And CCS is one of the main building blocks in delivering these negative emissions. In a Danish context, in 2020, the Danish Climate Act was adopted, which sets the long-term target of climate neutrality by 2050, and has a target in 2030 to reduce emissions by 70% relative to 1990. And this also meant that in 2020, the Danish state started to establish some different funds and mechanisms to encourage CCS, CCUS, and also negative emissions, as the 2030 target is actually quite reliant on the implementation of CCS. Here I'll focus on this particular, the first round of the CCS fund, which was launched by the Danish Energy Agency in 2022. There was roughly €1 billion set aside for this. And the objective was to encourage a project that could deliver 400,000 tons of CO2 emissions annually via the establishment of a CCS value chain. And this project had to be up and running by January 1st, 2026 as a minimum. And in May of this year, the winner of the first tender was announced, as the DA awarded Ørsted a 20-year contract for its CCS project entitled Ørsted Kalundborg Hub, which is what I'll be speaking about a little bit today. Quickly, just a little bit about Ørsted, for those that may not be familiar. They develop, own, operate a number of energy assets, both within Europe and globally. They're a global leader in offshore wind. They have a strong presence in onshore renewables in the US and throughout Europe. They have a number of thermal power plants, primarily in Denmark. And they have an ambition in 2030 to be a global leader in renewable hydrogen and green fuels. If I just direct you to the Danish assets here, we have the Avedøre power plant on the eastern coast of Zealand. It's a CHP plant. And we also have the Esnes CHP plant on the west coast of Zealand. And these are the two assets that will be involved in this Ørsted Kalundborg Hub project. So again, if we zoom in on the two assets here, Avedøre and Esnes, and here you can see the dotted line depicts the route that the CO2 will be transported up to the west coast of Norway for sequestration and monitoring. Now, the four major partners in the project are Ørsted, and they'll be responsible for the entire CCS value chain. Construction of this has already started in June of this year, and they will be aiming to capture and store 430,000 tons of CO2 a year by 2026, with some of the first capture taking place in 2025. Now, the capture units, they're going to be delivered by Aker Carbon Capture. The transport, the sea transport, and the sequestration and monitoring will be undertaken by Northern Lights. And the off-taker for these negative emissions will be Microsoft, which is a large contributing in terms of the economics of the project. Yeah, okay, if we zoom in on the project a little bit more, we have the top of the diagram here. This is Avedøreværket. Avedøreværket actually has a number of different units, but the units that will have carbon capture applied to them is a straw-based unit. So there'll be two capture units applied to this, with the intention of capturing roughly 150,000 tons of CO2 a year. After capture, the CO2 is then compressed, liquefied, and then will be transported, at least initially, by truck across Zealand to the intermediate storage at the Esnes site. Here at Esnes, it's also a biomass-based unit. Here it's wood chips, and there'll be 3 capture units installed here, looking to capture roughly 280,000 tons of CO2 annually. The same, the compression and liquefaction, and then over into the intermediate storage. And this is where it's then handed off to the Northern Lights assets. Northern Lights will own and operate its own specially designed CO2 ships, which will sail up to the west coast of Norway, which will be transferred to their intermediate storage before it's sequestered underneath the seabed. I have another figure with that in a little more detail coming up here. Yeah, in terms of choice of technology, I mean, with having to be up and running fully by January 1st, 2026 is a very tight deadline, especially for one of the first of these large-scale projects. So there was a lot of emphasis placed on low-risk technical solutions. So the first aspect here is the carbon capture plant, which, as I mentioned, this comprises capture, compression, liquefaction, and intermediate storage. These last 3 components, compression, liquefaction, and intermediate storage, these are relatively widely deployed technologies. And as such, this wasn't really the core focus when selecting which technology to go with. It's the carbon capture units that are most complex and also require the most energy. So in this particular project, Ørsted decided on a standard modular technology based on amine absorption. And this was done for 3 primary reasons: to ensure certainty of cost, maintaining the timeline, and good performance. So if we turn to Northern Lights, here there's a little better illustration of their concept here, with their ships, which will then deliver the CO2 to the receiving terminal, be stored here intermediately, and then piped 100 kilometers under the sea before it's then sequestered a little over 2.5 kilometers under the seabed for permanent storage and monitoring. And again, so why Northern Lights? Northern Lights, or Norway, has been safely storing CO2 deep in the North Sea for over 2 decades. And Northern Lights is actually part of the Norwegian government's full-scale carbon capture and storage project, the Longship. And also particularly relevant here is that the storage complex known as Aurora is meant to start operations in 2024, therefore giving Ørsted a good buffer in terms of the first captured volumes coming from Ørsted in 2025 and full-scale implementation in 2026. And lastly, and definitely not least important, is the fact that Northern Lights has a lot of focus on monitoring, both during transport, during injection, and also post-injection, to ensure that there's no leakage and that the CO2 is being permanently stored in the desired fashion. And then last, and again, certainly not least, a very, very important aspect of this project is the fact that the CO2 emissions that are being captured are biogenic in origin. It's residue biomass that's used in both of the power plants. So this means that they will create negative emissions, and these negative emissions can be converted into high-quality carbon removal certificates. Again, this was a focus of interest for Ørsted. They wanted very high-quality, top-of-shelf removal certificates, and this is something that the Danish Energy Agency was interested in. This is something that the Microsoft is interested in. And to ensure this, they'll be certified according to internationally recognized standards. In fact, the project has been chosen as a pilot project for the first CCUS certification of BECCS projects. And also tied to this, and this is again, the DEA had some very stringent criteria for this in their material, is a very comprehensive MRV, that is monitoring, reporting, and verification system has to be in place. And this is something that Ørsted's been working a lot with and will continue to work with throughout the course of the project. So to summarize their approach to carbon removal certificates, essentially it's the certified, they have to be certified according to recognized standards. They can only count once towards global emissions. They must deliver additional climate action, and they should only be utilized after all other climate action has been undertaken. Yeah, so for a little bit more information on the project, you can visit Ørsted's website. They also have a nice video there and some more details on the project.
Okay, thank you, Christian. So again, in view of time, I will allow one question, but we have to go to the final speaker. So if there is a question. Yes, Peter.
Thank you for an interesting talk on an interesting project. I wondered, do the carbon certificates the project will receive subtract the LCA carbon in generating the CO2 for injection? So the transport, fuel use, etc., etc.
What I can say is that in terms of the counting for the Danish Energy Agency, they don't look at LCA. I can't really get into the details of the agreement between Microsoft and Ørsted, but I'm sure the LCA is something that they're looking at. So I'm sorry for the non-response.
Well, sometimes that's it. It is what it is. Okay, thank you, Christian. We will now go to our final speaker, which is Jean-Philippe Hérault. He's from IFPEN, Energie Nouvelle. He's working on advanced biofuels and the head of the Fischer-Tropsch and the biofuel projects for IFPEN. And the floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitation. I will be the last, so I will try on. I think we are a little bit late, so I will try to speed up my presentation. This afternoon, Aisha said that we have a. It's okay. Okay. Sorry. So Aisha showed this afternoon that we have a potential problem of CO2 resources for the e-fuel application. So I will try to explain how advanced biofuel can be a solution to produce this CO2 and the synergy we have between the different way. So just one word about IFP Energie Nouvelle. It's a public institute dedicated to research on innovation on an industrial group. On this industrial group put on the market our research. This is the eye of innovation. We are about 1,000 people dedicated to research on energy, transport, and environment. So we consider today that in 2030 we have more or less 4 main pathways for production for the production of sustainable aviation fuel. The first one is about hydrogenated vegetable oil. So for sustainable aviation fuel, we are speaking about used cooking oil on animal fat, mainly. The second way is the biomass to liquid or the e-biomass to liquid. I will make a focus on this way at the end of the presentation. The third one is alcohol to jet, mainly ethanol. So we are producing ethanol, and after we have the conversion of ethanol into jet. On the last way, it's e-fuel. This way could be considered like a little bit less in time of market time in order to produce some e-fuel. I will focus mainly in the third way, the ethanol production. So just a sample scheme to explain you what is the production of ethanol from lignocellulosic biomass. After a kind of pretreatment, you are making hydrolysis and fermentation. The hydrolysis is done by enzymes. On this enzyme, we take the sugar, the different sugar you have in the biomass, and after that, the yeast will make the fermentation of this sugar to produce many products, ethanol, CO2, and also Lyon, which is a biomass product. This is not only ethanol, it's an energetic hub as you are producing many products. Let's put some figures on this scheme. I take some roof example. We are considering a unit of 150 kilotons per year of biomass, and considering a mass yield of 20%, which was estimate for the mass yield. We are producing 30 kilotons of ethanol. And if I go back, I said that the ethanol is produced by fermentation of sugar. So if I take the right chemical reaction of sugar for production of ethanol from sugar, we are seeing that we are producing 2 moles of ethanol and 2 moles of CO2. So that means we have the same amount in terms of mass produced on CO2. So you have 30 kilotons per year of ethanol, or we have about 30 kilotons per year of CO2. This CO2 is mainly used for e-fuel production, and is really a kind of sources. I just made a quick scheme about the e-fuel. So we are taking the CO2, atmospheric, biogenic, or fossil CO2. Before we have biogenic CO2, which is the CO2 which is more interesting for us in the next years. If we are going from atmospheric, from industrial, it's necessary to make CO2 capture. And with this CO2, we mix with hydrogen and we make a reverse water gas shift in order to produce a syngas. And after the syngas, we can make Fischer-Tropsch synthesis. I take this example of Fischer-Tropsch synthesis. You can make other products with the syngas, just for the example, and to explain you the link we can have between ethanol and e-fuel units. I take the same amount of CO2 we are producing by the ethanol units, so about 30 kilotons per year, and I make the same, a quick mass balance on the reaction to produce a sustainable aviation fuel. I take a molecule with 12 carbon number, and what we can say, I consider 100% reaction on, okay, just to have some order of magnitude on the roof estimation, based on the 30 kilotons per year of this CO2, we are able to produce about 11 kilotons per year of sustainable aviation fuel. So 1/3 of the CO2 we are entering in the process, you are producing SAF. For that, you need some hydrogen. The same reaction says that we have need about 4 kilotons per year of hydrogen, which is about 200 gigawatts per year, water per year of electricity, renewable electricity. So I make the combination of ethanol and e-fuel just to synthesize the two pathways. The first one, if you are producing only ethanol, we have a mass yield of about 20%, so an energy yield about 37%. I put weight is to that. If I use this CO2, which is a byproduct and which is not used for ethanol units, we're able to increase the production of product of interest. In this case, I put sustainable aviation fuel as an example, and we are increasing the mass yield. The mass yield is based on the lignocellulosic biomass we are introducing on the unit to 27%, so 7% more of product. And the energy yield is about 45%. I take account the electricity we need for the e-fuel pathway. So it's e-fuel electricity and lignocellulosic biomass energy content. Another example is not exactly the same as the integration between the two processes, but it could be think about like this. I take the BTL pathway, and from BTL pathway, I take the same. The order of magnitude is 20% of carbon mass yield. So for the production of 30 kilotons per year, we use about 150 kilotons of lignocellulosic biomass. But in this reaction, we need to make an adjustment of the ratio hydrogen to CO for the Fischer-Tropsch reaction. And we pass from 0.6 to 2, 0.6 at the outlet of the gasifier, and to 2 to the inlet of the Fischer-Tropsch. For that for this purpose, we need to put a water gas shift unit. So we are using CO in order to, with water, in order to produce hydrogen to increase this ratio. But the counter effect is that we are producing also CO2. And the amount of CO2 is about 115 kilotons per year. So you can say, okay, I will use the CO2 and I will put the same as ethanol and I will make an e-fuel unit. But if I make an e-fuel unit, I will make a river water gas shift. I need an electrolyzer and I need also a Fischer-Tropsch unit, but I can have this Fischer-Tropsch unit with this unit. So it's not the main point. What could be done is to avoid to produce this CO2. And how we can make to avoid to produce this CO2? We can adjust this ratio directly putting hydrogen in the unit. So we'll have the electrolyzer. We'll put some directly hydrogen, about 11 kilotons per year in the syngas coming from the biomass. We will increase the ratio from 0.6 to 2. In this case, we are doubling the production of product because we are using all the carbon or maximizing the carbon biogenic content in the biomass in the final product. So it's not exactly a way to use CO2 from the BTL unit, but it's a way to avoid CO2 and to maximize the production of sustainable aviation fuel. So it's also interesting to see how we can make integration of the different process and how we can use the process to use the maximum carbon content of biomass. So this is my last slide. So we have different pathways for producing advanced biofuel. I explained some, but for if you are looking hydrogenation of vegetable oil, you can also have synergy and integration between this process and e-fuel process. It's we are ready for deployment. So when we have the unit in operation in the next 5 years, I want to say we are able to make this kind of integration at industrial scale. Advanced biofuel is a source of biogenic CO2, and we need to have this CO2 in order to address the amount of sustainable aviation fuel. I take only this example required by the regulation. We need to integrate the different process, so which is very important. And when you have the know-how of the different process, you can do that. So it's very important. I make only an example about CO2, but at the first, we said before, we can make also integration between different other streams on the unit in order to reduce the capex, to reduce the opex, and to use at the maximum to increase the energy yield, in fact, of the process.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. I guess there are some questions about this.
So clear.
It was clear, yes. Yes, Luc.
Thank you. Very interesting initiatives also. Do you know already something about the economics of introducing hydrogen in the process? And is it worth the extra yield that you have at the end to do that? So how does it come out in the business case for you?
The cost of hydrogen is the cost of electricity, depending on the different scenario. The main, which is important, is there is 2 points. You need to keep the life cycle assessment, which is very important. So you need to have renewable energy. And for the increasing of liquid product at the end, for example, it's something very sensitive in terms of economics. And for sure, hydrogen is important in the OPEX, but it's manageable. And some new development of hydrogen production to reduce the cost are also is attended in the next years. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Is there a question online?
Yes, please. Have you considered to produce bioolefins? For example, biomass, methanol, olefins.
It's I take the example of Fischer-Tropsch for just to illustrate the purpose and the possible integration. For sure, you can have also way in order to valorize the CO2 It just here we know that for some specific sectors, we need to have some product, and it's very difficult to decarbonize some areas like aviation of maritime. And with this kind of product, you are able to do that. So that's why I just illustrate my presentation by the integration between ethanol and Fischer-Tropsch.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Then I will hand over to Luc Pelkmans, who is, well, he has the honor to summarize the entire day.
Thank you. Okay, considering the time, so the reception, there is a reception at 5:15, so it means I have 4 minutes to make the summary, which is not that bad. So I keep the summary very, very short. So first of all, I would like to thank everybody, the speakers, the panelists, the moderators in the first place, also the audience here, also for your active participation, and the audience online. I hope there's still many people online. We will have a check afterwards how many we had, but I think it was around 200 people. So I think that's also great. And a special thanks also to ADEME for hosting us here and for organizing this. It's really appreciated, our help. Many thanks for helping us out. To start, one practical thing, the slides and the recordings of this workshop, I realized it was a far away till the end of the room here to see all the small things. So the slides of all the presenters where we get permission will be put on the website, normally early next week. And also the recordings, I will have to check with the IT people, but normally the recordings will also be available. Just about today, so we had the morning session, which was a bit more on strategies, on how we see the long-term role of biomass and bioenergy, which according to IEA is quite important in the whole energy system. But you also have to look at not just the global scale and then looking at top down, but also looking at what's regional. So all the regional specificities, the local specificities are pretty important in that. And I think agriculture, it has mentioned that I think for the presentation from France also, that a lot is expected from agriculture. There may be an interference also with climate change impacts in the next decennia. So I think that's all things to be taken into account. The afternoon, very short, we talked about concepts, developments that we see in the area, and we see quite a lot actually happening on, well, we put a lot of focus on CO2, on the carbon efficiency. That's where we see a lot of movement of really getting the most out of the carbon that we have from the biomass, because biomass is carbon and we want to actually get rid of the fossil carbon, so we have to use it best as possible. There's also something I need to say from the morning session, that this hierarchy, so priority, difficult words after the afternoon, prioritization, merit order. So these are things that we need to think of, and how can we deal with this in policies. But it also comes back in the afternoon in the concepts that you see appearing, that really the sectors where you need, where it's difficult to decarbonize, that you need to focus more on that apparently. The value of carbon and CO2, I think there's tremendous things we can do. Either we convert it to negative emissions, either we put it in carbon capture and utilization and making e-fuels, e-products, all kinds of it together with hydrogen, where we have to also be careful that, well, of course, hydrogen in many cases also means a lot of renewable electricity, and yeah, that will also be limited, even though there will still be some growth. And biohydrogen can also be an important, an interesting concept, certainly in some cases. Gasification came up also. I think the last section was a bit more focused on gasification. Don't forget other options. So this session was a bit focusing on gasification, but it's an interesting technology in terms of flexibility from the input side and flexibility on the output side. And you can steer that actually to the sectors and the products that you would need. And this can be dynamic in time also, that in the longer term you can steer it to specific products.